ring. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what?
Check, 1, 2.
Let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it,
was had some audio difficulties.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Oh my God, I love this song. I love this song. I gotta say, you know, I'm so proud of myself with some of my music. You know, it's going great, and it's good to make music that has meaning. You know what I'm saying? It's good to have music and to make music, to play a part in making music that has meaning. You know what I mean? That has some universal power, meaning to more than just your pockets or to your ding-a-ling, right? You know, meaning to things that are universal, that meaning to your spirit. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we're human beings. We all need love. You know what I'm saying? And we all need safety. We all need sanity. We all need shit to work, especially from the government. Now, if you're a human being, okay, that's the difference between animals, you know, and human beings. Human beings, we need the government to work correctly. Animals don't. Animals don't need the government to work correctly. Human beings actually do. That's where I would draw the line. All that other stuff, animals have feelings, animals have brains, they have thoughts, they have ideas. You know what I mean? They can make instruments too. Animals make societies and shit. But human beings, we pay taxes. Human beings, we pay taxes, yo, and we require government to work. That we don't want to build an obstacle to our fucking lives. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Let me see in the chat. Steffelson says, what do you make music with as far as software and instruments? Okay. What do I make music? I use a lot of software. I use a lot of instruments. Let me see here. And what do I make? I mean, drum machine, samplers, sequencers, basically computers. That's what I use. Microphone, you know. Yeah. I don't record out of huge studios right now, you know, because the industry has changed. So I do like tracking, just good microphone. Got to have a good microphone also. And gotta have outside of that, your knowledge of DAW systems, DAW systems, DAW, you know what I mean? So you can arrange your music and things like that, right? And produce maybe your music. I think that's that's what I would say. And then if I want to work with some musicians, you know what I mean, I can also record their compositions or their contributions as well, whatever their instrument might be, right? With some decent miking, you know what I mean? And but a lot of it is just knowledge, you know what I mean? It's just having some good people that I network with that have good knowledge of when you have questions, technical questions, saves you a lot of time, you know what I mean? So I got a good network of musicians, particularly, I got to say, big up to my homeboy Giant. My homeboy Giant from Giant Storm. Big up to Giant and Storm. Rest in peace, Storm. But big up to Giant and Storm because, I learned a lot through working with them, right? Through their production company, learning a lot about recording music and stuff like. So I've been actually recording music for some time. So music has changed. How you record it has changed since the 90s. But I've been a part of that whole transition since the whole music transition, the whole music revolution, from the 90s to now. So I've seen the whole segue into how the difficult segue from the 80s too, by the way. I wasn't doing music in the 80s, but we had that era also, how it segued into hip hop and studios and sampling, and then into keyboard sounds, the electronic era before that, and then into what it is today, like full blown. You can do anything on a computer nowadays. So but one thing it doesn't change is your musical sense. Your sense as a person, as a musician, all the technology, it doesn't change what comes from the inside. If you don't have it emanating from the inside, then it's just gonna whatever you got on the inside is gonna come on the outside. That's what I would say with music. Whatever you have on the inside is going to be translated into your music one way or the other. And that's why I try to make music that has meaning, because I'm very much aware of that. And of course, you don't always start where you end up at, where you want to be, but it's important to understand that the music you make and the words you put out to the universe have consequence for everybody, so have consequence for yourself, your own family members, your communities, the country you live in, the world. So be cautious about what you make, and that would be my advice. But also live life. You got to have fun too, but don't forget that it's also fun to be at one with your conscience too. That's also fun. It's also fun to have peace of mind and peace. That's also fun to be able to sit back, just relax a little on the beach. You know what I'm saying? Not have to rush anywhere. Have a peaceful time. Watch your kids grow. You know what I'm saying? Have a roof over your head. Responsibilities. Take care of your kids. That's also fun, right? So, and being a conscious community member, right? I hate to use that word conscious because it sounds so like conscious community. No, I don't mean that. I don't mean conscious community. I mean the real conscious. I don't mean the unconscious. I mean the conscious, and the positively conscious. You gotta watch what you put out there, and check yourself. It's interesting. I had an interesting conversations yesterday, and it just like, damn, I actually met someone that turns out to have a lot of thoughts that I have, and turns out to be I was surprised. It's not too often I meet somebody of some serious depth, and it was kind of like something you think about. But in any case, having said that, the news goes on. This is the U.S. news we're talking about. This is global news we're talking about. That's what I talk about on my program here, Global News. I talk about the world, but I also bring it back and talk about the micro here and there. You know what I mean? And the main micro conversation right now is the United States of America. Crazy ass dictator Trump, psychopath Trump, molester Trump. The most disgusting human being, vile human being to ever walk earth and get power at the same time. Trump. Yeah. Oh my God. It never ends. So let's just get it going. And let me open up the server here too. So those of you that don't know, those of y'all that want to hop up, as long as you have the Discord app, you can hop up. The link is in the chat at the top of the chat. And so the server link. So you just hop up if you got something to say. I prefer people to hop up if they really want to dialogue with me. I'm not into this little chatting thing back and forth. Nah. If I want to have a real conversation, it's got to be had outside of the chat. Also, I like people that I'm more interested in people that qualify their statements by things like, who are you? Who are you for real? What do you sound like? You know what I'm saying? I like to qualify the statements because anybody can say anything, but if you just hide a few things, it might come off differently than what you think. You know what I mean? So we wouldn't want to have anybody out here capping and pretending to be something that they aren't. So hopping up, I pay closer attention and value people's words that hop up more than just in the chat. But, you know, those of you I know in the chat too, big up to you also. All good. I'm not saying that, but you know what I'm saying. As far as the value of the show, the more you qualify your information, the more value it has to other people that listen, right? Globally too. You wouldn't, if you're from Japan, you wouldn't want to be thinking that you're talking to an American born and raised in Washington, D.C., you know what I'm saying? And family goes back both sides to the colonial period. You wouldn't want to think that and then find out that that's not the case because you never even bothered to see what they look like. You never even bothered to hear their voice. You never even bothered to qualify to see, you know, match up some things, you know. Every once in a while, clues will lead you down the right direction, you know, that will, you know, the right clues will change the entire perspective often. So, hold on. Somebody in the chat says, Steffelson says, I'm not capping about making music, but this is my political allies on for YouTube. Oh yeah, you talking about me? Let me see. You feel the cautiousness with your music because you recognize the reach you have. Yeah, but that means you also have all that power to do positive things. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm a conscious brother. A conscious man outside of just a brother, conscious man, you know what I mean? And I'm not playing around with life, so I'm not going to be juvenile about it. We all have a responsibility to make this planet a better place and our communities a better place. We have that responsibility. That's what adults do. That's what serious people do. And you have to use the power you have, even if it's limited, the limited power you have to do those things, achieve those objectives. And we all have a certain level of power. So we got to recognize that, you know, and on real talk or adult time, you know I like to joke around a lot, but just it's good that you're saying this. It's a reminder to everybody that, yeah, I like to joke around, but don't confuse yourself. This ain't no joke. This is not a joke happening. You know what I mean? This is something real happening. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, we all got to do our part to make things better and to make sure that we maintain freedom, right? And freedom and right to life, right? That's being challenged more than ever. Yeah. So in that, there's a lot of things you got to cover. But yeah, enough of that. Now, check this out, though. Speaking of that, speaking of the shit we got to do and the things we have to change, let's start here on the micro. Let's see what they're talking about. Come on now. Let's get it going.
Everything we saw in D.C. this weekend, quite the juxtaposition.
Trump had goddamn a cage. He had a cage. He had a UFC fight. Washingtonians, that's got to be killing Washingtonians because I'm going to tell you, Washingtonians, man, we grow up riding our bikes down to the mall. That's what we do on a weekend. You know what I'm saying? Weekends here, go grab your bike, ride down to the mall, go to the Air and Space Museum, go to the Museum of Natural History, go to an art museum, go to one of the beautiful things, go to the Lincoln Memorial, take a date down to Haynes Point. Come on now. Take a date on the reflection pool down there. Take a little ride down there in the evening. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't cost money. This is public stuff. You can get a little bite to eat. Go take a ride down there. Park your car. Take a little walk. You know what I'm saying? In the night, in the moonlight. You know what I mean? Or you could go in the daytime as a kid, ride your bike down there, have fun. You know, Washingtonians enjoy this stuff. We enjoy the historic, the monuments, historic monuments, the meaning behind it. And then here you got Trump making a complete utter mockery of it. Trump is every bit of the bozo, every bit of the things that he says he doesn't like, every bit of the things that white supremacists claim they don't like. Trump is. He's a utter goddamn buffoon. It's like, you know, Trump is making a mockery of the United States of America's actual history. And every single founding father, he has no respect for none of it. And he is showing it to you. And let me tell you, I'm so happy Trump did this. Like, because it shows you the country cannot be left in the hands of these people, because they hate it and they shit on the history of the country. They shit on the founding fathers. They shit on the whole concept, whatever it is, bad or good, any part of it. They shit on all that shit. You know, don't get it twisted. Their arguments for what's good, what was good, doesn't make sense. They don't know nothing. And the arguments for what was bad doesn't make sense. They don't know nothing. It's not even realistic. It's not even real history. They even go off of, these people go off of manufactured history. And you know why? Because look, it's manufactured because they would dare entertain having a fucking UFC match on the goddamn White House lawn. That shows you how phony it is. That shows you. Is that what you think you're supposed to use the White House lawn for? A UFC match? You think you're supposed to have Dana White down at the fucking reflected pool or the Lincoln Memorial? Is that what you think? Let me tell you something. Lock and load, bitch, because it's not. I'm sorry. And there's plenty of Americans that understand that very well. No. You may as well desecrate the flag, because that is what that is. That's a desecration of the White House. That's a goddamn desecration. No. So you may as well shit on the flag, because that's what they're actually doing. Just like they shitted in the Capitol building. That's what that is. And again, I'm going to tell you, the only people that are for this are people that hate the United States of America. So they use the algorithm to try to, you know, look, see, we're going to support these crazy fucks. Look at them. They're doing the work for us. We don't even have to do it. They'll desecrate their own White House lawn. They'll desecrate their own Capitol building. We don't have to do it. We'll just support them. Let them do it for us. Bravo.
Stephanie, a weekend of humiliation for the president and for the United States of America. Of course, Donald Trump has lost a number of rulings in the courts about having his name on federal buildings and rewriting history in national parks. He was forced to take those things down this weekend, start reversing them. And at the same time, the country, I think, was humiliated by this spectacle. Now, let me just say, I'm not opposed to the idea of the United States having some sort of UFC fight or some sort of event. But I think to anyone watching this, anyone steeped in history, this felt a lot like America's Roman moment. And to those students of history, they'll probably remember a satirist from Roman times named Juvenal, who watched his country slide into autocracy and coined a very famous phrase, bread and circuses. That is what he said Roman rulers, as the Roman Republic fell.
Yeah, exactly. As the Roman Republic fell, this is what it looked like. You know, that's why I said, if you're an enemy of the United States, I can understand why you would applaud this. No question at all. No confusion about it. This is exactly what the enemies of the United States would gloat over, would celebrate, would laugh at. Of course, they're not going to do it in public because they don't want you to know what they think, right? Because then they might wake these stupid motherfuckers up and be like, wait a second, why is China laughing at this? You know what I'm saying? Why is Putin laughing at this? Something's not right. Why are all the people we claim to be better than laughing at this? You don't see the EU laughing at this. You don't see Canada laughing at this because they know the serious consequences of it. No, they're doing something else. They're saying if this country falls, which it looks like it will, they just want to make sure it breaks in the right kind of pieces that benefit them and not somebody else. That's what people are thinking right now. And so there's two kinds. One group is laughing and thinking, how are we going to split up the pieces? And the other group isn't laughing, thinking, how are we going to split up the pieces? In fact, why even laugh when it is what it is? You see what I mean? You wouldn't hope for it, but it's better to move on it than to waste time laughing. And others are laughing and thinking about how they're going to move on it. And they're moving on it right now. You could be sure the enemies of the United States of America are in the White House. You could be sure of that. That's why you have a UFC match. That's why you see this desecration of the White House. And this is a desecration. This is taking a shit inside of the Capitol building. This is a desecration of the flag. You don't see, a lot of people think you need to walk on the flag or burn the flag. No, you don't need to do that to desecrate the flag. This is the desecration right here. This is the shit. That thing right there, that is a shit. This is someone who took a shit in the Capitol, took a shit on the flag, took a shit on the White House, like to desecrate it. This is that living shit, Donald Trump. He is the living manifestation of somebody taking a shit on the U.S. But it's true. It's true. It's true. And listen, I'm not an adversary. I'm not a foreign. I'm a United States citizen. So understand, when I laugh, I'm laughing because I don't have nothing else to do. It's either laugh or cry, because this is a desecration. This is a desecration. This is, see, if you wanted to shit on the U.S. and you wanted to shit on the flag, this is the best way you do it. Piece of shit in the White House. That's the best way you do it. Yep. Piece of shit. That's what this is right here. Piece of shit. This man woke up and said, how can I shit on the United States of America again? I know. I'll have a UFC match on the White House lawn.
Turned into the empire, gave their people to distract them from that slide into despotism.
Now, hear what he said. He said he gave them that distraction at the right time. He gave those people the distraction in order to aid them in sliding into the next phase of what they are becoming, a despot nation, a failed nation. So the dictator gave them all this sport, They gave them their UFC. They gave them their Roman, their what do they call it? The Roman warriors, they battled in the citadel, right? They gave them that thing, right? And this is what the despots do, at their most desperate, right? To keep the people happy while they're under the table stealing all the wealth out of the country, robbing the gold bars, these things, right? Infiltrating the military, these kind of things, right?
Roman rulers
infiltrating government, taking it over. Listen to this.
Felt a lot like America's Roman moment. And to those students of history, they'll probably remember a satirist from Roman times named Juvenal, who watched his country slide into autocracy and coined a very famous phrase, bread and circuses. That is what he said Roman rulers, as the Roman Republic fell and turned into the empire, gave their people to distract them from that slide into despotism. If you were going to create an image, Steph, of American decline, you could not have created an image that echoed better back to Roman times than this. The gladiator-like spectacle in front of the White House on the emperor's 80th birthday. I think it was alarming for a lot of reasons. And unfortunately, I think a lot of our leaders don't remember those echoes of history.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Damien, your colleagues at the Journal wrote that Trump bet on this UFC event to energize his base. And this morning, he's now previewing his next big rally is going to be at the Washington and Lincoln monuments. Is it realistic to think that these things are going to boost his standings? I mean, I get that Miles is saying for anyone who's sort of steeped in history, loads of folks aren't. Loads of people are thinking about the Roman Empire every 90 seconds, and they think it's badass.
I think this was actually pretty clever. I think we're not going to know really till November about how effective it was. But if you think about both things we've been talking about today, Iran and what happened with the UFC fight, Trump's got problems with his base, okay? And the Iran deal, hopefully for him, for his base, will bring gas prices down. He can't have a nightmarish scenario where you have $4 a gallon gas in November. That'd be a total mess for Republicans. And here he's, it was young men who got him elected in 2024, and he needs to bring them home. And what better way for him to do it than to have this huge spectacle at the White House with the UFC? There were thousands and thousands of people here. A lot of them had a great time. It was a big show, and that's
yeah. That's interesting, and it also shows the weakness of the United States. So this group, these men, whatever they want to call it, they every time they have their moment, they also expose their weakness. So it's wearing off. Look, which is why they're talking about bringing out a base. No. The real game is rigging the election, because they know these people ain't turning out in numbers. It's done. It is done. Maybe you can get the most stupid part of the base, ignorant young white men who are bigots, and maybe a tiny bit of ignorant other ones that are anti whatever, fucked up in their hand. You might get a black dude that's anti-black and vote for Trump. Sure, you might get a Hispanic that's anti-Hispanic and vote for Trump. You might get that, but a huge amount of Trump's base is gone. They're just not going to do it again. And so they're going to have to rig the election. That's the determining factor here. Trump going out doing this thing, it shows his weakness even more. You have to go to these lengths for your base. You mean you got to have a UFC match on the White House lawn? That's how desperate. So you have to desecrate the White House for your base to show up. You got to desecrate. I mean, anyone could do that. Anybody could do that if that's the case. Why doesn't every leader just come out and say, fuck this country? I don't give a damn. I'm going to take a shit on it right now if they're that desperate to get just the crazies out to vote. You know what I'm saying? But that's Trump. He's that desperate to get the crazy outs to vote. It's like, yeah, that's okay. But are there more crazies? Because he's always been like this, so how many more crazies the volume of crazies is not going to increase. He's making it harder for people to vote at the same time. So and there was already 80-90 million people that didn't vote in the last presidential election, the one that he claims he won. So, and that's not even talking about people that voted for Kamala Harris. That's 80-90 million that didn't vote at all. You see what I mean? So what's he going to do to bring them out? Yeah, it's desperation. It's desperation. But it's atrocious also.
So whether he really just kind of sold this to a small subsection of people or not, or whether it's something that's bigger, whether he's saying America's kind of open, this is the people's country.
Look at this.
There's no hallowed ground here. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
This is a monstrosity. And this image right here, look at this. Dana White. Right. And then they have the white guy with the I don't know if he's white. I'm gonna be honest with you, because a lot of these motherfuckers, they acted pretending like that. A lot of them, I hate to use this term, but some of these wetbacks actually pretend that they're white Americans. They do this shit. They go to the extent and put on a flag. That's what I'm saying. It's total phoniness. You don't need to shit on the flag literally to desecrate the flag. You don't need to burn the flag literally to desecrate it. All you have to do is do what they're doing. Have a goddamn UFC match on the fucking White House lawn. Go inside the Capitol. Take a shit in the Capitol. That's desecrating the flag. The flag is just a symbol of everything else. The buildings, the country, the meaning, the history, the founding fathers. When you desecrate any part of it, it's a desecration of the flag. And that's the difference between how these morons think and how people on the left think. We would never go to Benjamin Banneker or any historic figure's place and just do something stupid and vile like this. Either you agree with it or you don't. Remove it if you don't agree with it. You see what I mean? If it's a part of history that doesn't serve the country anymore, or was, how can I say this? These for example, these Confederate generals that they want people to continue to pay for Confederate generals statues, right, to honor them, right? That's one thing to remove those. You can remove it, but no one's playing any game about the history of it. You know what I mean? You have those kind of things need to be in museums. They don't need to be out in the public necessarily. They belong inside of the National History Museum. You know, they don't need to be. They're not part of our country anymore. That's the enemy. Those are the people who lost. Those generals fought for the other side that lost that war. You know, and they had to take, in order to just say fuck it and stop fighting in the end, they had to make some concessions, you know. So we don't need to pay for that, right? But look at this. They have on this screen here the lighter one. I won't even call him white, you know, because I'm not, because this looks like somebody else. I don't know nothing about his history or anything like that. So this is just a show, right? But he's supposed to play the role of the white guy, and he has the American flag because he can't show that he's American any other way. It's just a phony flag. Let me get it and put it on my head and see if people buy it. Anyone could hold a flag, man. I don't need to carry the flag to prove I'm American. What about your ideas? What about how you speak? What about, you know, how you do things? Doesn't that show you're American? This dude's like, nope. I'm nothing like American, so let me just put the flag on my head so everybody gets it. I'm playing the American guy here. And then they have him up against the black American dude, right? Who doesn't need... he doesn't feel like he even needs to wear the flag and shit, right? But he's still American. What about the content of your character? Does the content of your character matter? Now, so look at Dana White. So they have this here, and then they have Dana White. This is just, you know, this is just race baiting at its best, you know. And again, they do this. This is what a lot of this phony ass. I can't even call this a sport. This is a spectacle at this point. You know, to try to get people to invoke people's you know, bigotry, you know, to make people feel invested on racial context. That's how you get invested. You know, I'm going to the UFC match tonight because it's a white guy fighting a black dude. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Yeah, you know, and then really, I want to see the white dude beat the black dude's ass. Yeah. And I mean, you know, we've seen this play out throughout history. Some of the biggest sold tickets in all of fighting in the U.S. has been the black guy against the white guy, and that started early. That was like 1900s, turn of the century and shit. seriously, man, seriously, you know. But in any case, this is pathetic. And for those of you that want to know, did I watch this shit live? Hell fucking no, I didn't watch this shit live. I was doing something way better. I was doing something that has meaning. Because this has no goddamn meaning. You know what I'm saying? I can control myself. I don't need UFC. What the fuck? I would never watch this shit live. Fuck the UFC. And fuck Dana White. They are pathetic. They're pathetic. All they do is sell misogyny and bigotry. That's what they fucking are. They got women walking around in little skimpy outfits doing the, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck is this? What is this? It's pure misogyny. You know, but this is what they want. And then, so apparently the guy with the American flag, he has to say vile words about Michelle Obama, right? So I got some vile words for his ass. So we're going to hear it. I have some vile words for him.
Section of people or not, or whether it's something that's bigger, whether he's saying America's kind of open, this is the people's country, there's no hallowed ground here, I'll take you wherever you want to go. Whether that's going to be effective or not, we will see. But he did put on an unprecedented show on Sunday night. There were a lot of people there, a lot of people tuned in, and it was quite entertaining. Now, whether it probably turned a lot of people off, maybe those are the people who thought that his stuff is kind of brash anyway, but I think it was quite a gamble, and he almost needed a gamble with the way his poll numbers are right now.
Sure, but a lot of those young men who may have thought it was gangster and cool, a lot of those young men don't currently have jobs. They're worried about their job prospects, can't afford to move out of their mom or dad's house, and lost a lot of money in crypto. But I just want to bring up this point, David.
It's true. It's true. It's pathetic, man. It's sad, and it just makes me wonder, like, when I guess taking advantage of young people is a fine thing to do in the U.S. It's fine. It's considered smart, clever, and they go for it. They go for it, man. They buy into this make it rich scheme, make it rich quick scheme. So they avoid the other things that make you a great person and are valuable in everyday society. How to be a decent person, find a skill or a trade that can contribute to everyone's good, the good of the society, right? These kind of things. Instead, they just sit back and like, crypto, now I'm gonna watch UFC, and I'm gonna find a girlfriend on the internet. Seriously, and then they bomb out. You know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden, boom, crash. What else do I have? Then they go and then they really get mad, take a rifle down to Mar-a-Lago and try to shoot this motherfucker. This is what's happening. They go through this whole phase and then they crash out. Fuck Trump! Like, this is what's going on in the U.S. It's crazy, man.
And maybe I'm naive, okay? But after the fighter won his bout, he praised Donald Trump. That's not a surprise. But in front of the whole entire world, he said that our former First Lady, Michelle Obama, is a man.
Okay, this is the despot part. So he's so crazy. He can't get likes. He can't get attention unless he says something about another man's wife, right? Something about a man who actually cared about this guy's mama, kids, babies, grandparents, daddy, mama, granddaddy. Did I say mama again? Healthcare. Okay. Someone who actually cared about their lives. He can't think of anything better to say than to speak about the guy's wife. Like, Michelle Obama is a man. Oh, really? Wow. See, again, this is showing the enemies of the United States of America. Again, see, the enemy of the United States of America would never say that publicly. They wouldn't do it, right? But they would love to see an American do that for them. They would love to see another American attack the family members of a former president. That's what they would love to do. You see, and they would relish in that. But this man, he does it for them. He does it for them. And he's wearing an American flag while he does it. That is insane, but this is the advent of MAGA. This is what it is. Let's go on. Let's see here. There's more to this. I'm going to see what Midas said about it.
A fight broke out on the White.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is Makla. Sorry about that. This is Makla Media. Here we go.
House lawn only moments before a fighter went up on stage and screamed, "Michelle Obama is a man." Michelle Obama is a man was shouted on the White House lawn in a ring sponsored by Bud Light, only available on Larry Ellison's Paramount Plus, according to Tim Miller. What a way to celebrate America 250 and the twilight of liberal democracy. So this is the country that we live in.
I just wanted to let everybody know, listen, the link is in the chat. I'm going to put the link up again. Anyone that wants to prove they're not a troll, hop on up if you want to prove you're not a troll, because anybody can pretend to be an American citizen. But you can't fool me. I want to know what your voice sounds like. I'm going to ask you some questions. Then I'm going to ask you what you thought about this guy saying this about Barack Obama's wife, saying this about Michelle Obama, a classy lady, right? A beautiful woman, too, by the way. I saw a picture of her the other day, and I was like, damn, Michelle Obama looking kind of fine, man. And look, and these guys, they just want to, say vile things. Look, even if you don't think she's the most beautiful, Miss, what is it? What did they call it? Miss, what's her role again? I'm sorry. What is the wife? What do they call the wife of the president? The official title. In any case, you don't have to think she's the most beautiful woman to see that she's a gracious, intelligent, caring woman. Like, she possesses all those qualities, very motherly and very caring, also intelligent, conscious. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so you don't have to think she's the most attractive to be respectful, but instead they try to make it seem like, something wrong with her. It's like, no, buddy, there's nothing there. She's actually looking very well for, she's looking fine, yeah. So, and if you don't like her, good, motherfucker, go ahead and, she probably don't like you either. You see what I mean? Would you have a chance? It's always those dudes that never stood a chance. They really get vile, right? They can't get a goddamn. Look at this monster. This dude is a monstrosity himself. And I'm sorry, but does he even look like he's a white American? Just let's keep it real. Does he look like he's a white American? Why is he hanging out with fucking people that are bigots? Why is he pretending? This dude looks like a pick-me. He looks like a pick-me. You know how he looks? They would have called him a wetback just 100 years ago. This is what they would be doing. The KKK will be coming at his door calling him a wetback, saying, "Stop taking my job, wetback," just by how he looks. And he's out here hanging out with MAGA, disrespecting Michelle Obama. Again, taking a shit on the flag. This is how you do it. Take a shit on the flag one-on-one. Get some morons to do it for you. China is loving this, and they should, because it shows you how foolish some goddamn Americans are. Yeah, Russia should love this, even though Russia's in a fucked up situation. The people of Russia know that. They don't like Vladimir Putin. They're like, please, when is this motherfucker going to die so we can have a life? When are they going to die? That's what they say over there. But even he's laughing at this shit. Like, yeah, look at this. Look, I told you, these Americans are dumb. They're dumb, dumb. That's exactly what they are. Huh. Here's
Ellison.
And this is the evidence right here. This is the evidence. This is what an anthropologist would document, take notes on. This monkey, this motherfucker right here, boy. And there seem to be many in number. If I was correct, I would say they hang around at UFC sporting matches and. That's what an anthropologist would be writing down. Most of them are between the age of this and this. Losers, have they ever been married before? What did they do about their kids? La la la. You know what I mean? It's all cool. This dude is a monstrosity himself. That's all I got to say. Phony, phony, phony.
Owns almost all of our media, so that media can then defend endless wars, and those endless wars reallocate money from Americans who need it towards Israel and bombing Iran. And then we get to, of course, get distracted by all of that as people say, racist, homophobic, transphobic things on the White House front lawn. Listen, I had friends posting about how they thought the UFC fight was cool, and these are apolitical friends, so I'm not going to dunk on anybody who watched this. But if you bought the Paramount Plus subscription to sit there and cheer as somebody on the White House front lawn screamed about Michelle Obama, I don't know. I think that you're one of the lowest common denominators in society. I mean, look at this. In the White House front lawn, a UFC brawl broke out in between fans. Like, I'm not even joking. This is quite literally in D.C. at the White House. There is a fight breaking out. Let's start here.
Yeehaw! Get him, Paul! Get him! Get that! Get his ass, Paul! Yeehaw!
Yo, watch out, cops! You're going to jail, bro. You fucked up.
Hey! He just attacked me. Hey! No, stop! Get down! Get down!
Hey, have some respect for Donald Trump's pedophile list that are...
He just attacked me. Yeah, I'm curious. What the hell? So you trying to tell me there was... people from different sides of the political spectrum here? Because I'm going to tell you, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Listen, I'm sorry. You don't know when somebody is desecrating your flag? Why would you eat? First of all, I definitely didn't watch this live. I had better shit to do. Much better. And secondly, If I was in DC, I would never attend any event like this. This is a desecration of our flag, yo. This is not a joke. Why don't all Americans understand that? You see, if you went to this, you're part of the fucking problem, yo. Even if you didn't vote for Trump. If you went to this, you're part of the fucking problem. You don't see it. You don't see the problem clearly. You know, this is not a joke. The White House is not a joke. Okay. The people that built it are not a joke. Okay. Slaves built this building. You see what I mean? It was built in a particular time period. The country was moving in a particular direction. Okay. People died for this country, for the direction that this country went in. It's not a fucking joke. It's not a goddamn joke. And having this is a monstrosity. Having this is a desecration of the flag. You should not go anywhere near it. Even if you live in DC, stay away. Any event that these people are at, stay away from it unless you're there to document it or you're there to throw some rocks. Like, seriously, do not join them, because there's going to be a reckoning over this. There's going to be a reckoning. Abstain from everything they do until that reckoning comes. And it's coming. It's coming. So get it straight. Don't be confused. If you did not support Trump, don't go to any of these events that they go to. Stay away from them. Something bad is going to happen. I'm telling you, stay away from it. Let me see here. Damn, who sent me this? I like your message. Thank you. Steffelson. Oh, thank you, bro. Damn, I'm just seeing that. I appreciate that. Good looking out. Steffelson again, man. Oh, wow, man. I'm just noticing this. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Obviously, I don't do this for money, but when you do get some lunch or you get something like that, it's appreciated, man. No doubt. Listen, folks, don't get, I know it sounds a little harsh, but listen to me. I'm trying to help. Don't be seduced into supporting these people. That's what he's using these events to do. Seduce you into something. You see what I mean? So don't play a part in it at all. This thing happening has nothing to do with liking martial arts. This event, the fact that they would even go there themselves, it's a sign that they don't care about martial arts themselves. The UFC is not about mixed martial arts. I'm just telling you. So if you think you're there to see good fighters and all of that, and people that respect the sport of MMA, you've been duped. That's not what goes on at UFC fights. That was a long time ago when it first started. Now it's been a tool for something else. You got to understand that. And they don't care about you. They don't care about the sport. They don't care about any of it. So just stay away. But there's going to be a reckoning. There's going to be a reckoning. So you don't want to have nothing to do with any event that these people do unless you're there to record it or to throw rocks. See what I'm saying? Don't join them and watch idly like, oh, wow, look at this. What's going on? No. Don't do that. Let me see here. Let's look at some more. I want to see some more detail here. Let's see here. Big up to Adam Mockler also for the great news.
Yo, watch out, cops. You're going to jail, bro. You fucked up.
Hey, he just attacked me. Hey, no, stop. Get down. Get down.
Hey, have some respect for Donald Trump's pedophile list that are 30 feet away. Look at this. I like the imagery of them on the ground fighting right here. And then up on the screen, they're almost in the exact same position in the cage. I don't know what's going on here, but it gets even worse. The official broadcast for Trump's UFC fight announced that fighters will be paid in cryptocurrency from the Trump family's crypto company, World Liberty Financial. It's worth pointing out, World Liberty Financial is so corrupt that the United Arab Emirates invested $2 billion into it, and in return, they got access to some special chips that China really wants, that the UAE really wants, and to make it even worse, the founder of Binance, his name is Changpeng Zhao, the founder of Binance was in prison for the simple fact that he allowed Binance to do money laundering, sex trafficking, drug trade, all of this. He was thrown in prison. He helped Donald Trump build World Liberty Financial. He helped Donald Trump mold World Liberty Financial. Then he facilitated the $2 billion investment from the UAE and made sure that it happened smoothly. And then he was pardoned. He was pardoned for all of this corruption. You can look it up. It is absurd. And that is what this event was sponsored by.
Also, tonight's $250,000 performance bonus in USD1 is presented by World Liberty Financial. USD1 is a digital dollar. Send money faster and cheaper. Available on leading exchanges.
Oh my God, they're using this as an opportunity to promote the Trump family crypto business. You can see at the bottom of the screen here, I'm going to mute the UFC, but you can see at the bottom of the screen, they have a World Liberty Financial Chiron, like a lower third, that shows that Trump's cryptocurrency is basically sponsoring this event. To continue, Harry Sisson points out, this shit is so cringy and weird. We just want healthcare. I mean, look at this photo right here. This was posted from the main White House account. It says, this is the main event, UFC x White House. We don't have money for healthcare because that's quote unquote socialism. We don't have money for free schools or just a free school lunch. How about that? We don't have money for college so that people could graduate without debt. We definitely.
Every Western country has universal health care and education, almost universal education access, but almost. Maybe in some ways there's some things that, you know, they're not going to let you just go. It could take degrees, different degrees for things that you don't actually try to work in. You know what I mean? It doesn't work that way. You need to actually try to do something, or there is some flexibility even there. But don't get me wrong. The United States is the only country that doesn't have universal health care or education built into its system, higher education built into its tax system. And they lie all the time. The corporations, corporate news, they lie all the time. Or they cover up the fact that the taxes you pay are pretty much the same amount of taxes everyone else pays in other Western countries. Pretty much. It's outside of the wealthy people. That's where the difference lies. The wealthy people in the U.S. pretty much get away with paying none. That's what it is. The rich, right? And the rest of it is put on everyone else. So the percentage of what you see from the taxes you pay as an American citizen is far less. We're not talking about the gross. We're talking about the percentage. So a higher percentage of what you pay in the United States in taxes goes to things you can't see or touch. Period. Yeah. In the United States, a higher percentage of the taxes you pay, like 55%, go to things you can't see or touch, have no direct impact on your life at all. Pretty much have no impact, no positive one. But it's, and then as soon as you leave the U.S., it goes up to 60% of the taxes people pay go directly back to them. So you could talk about how much the tax is, what percentage of the tax is. Yeah, that's one conversation. But then talk about what percentage of that tax actually goes directly back to something you can see, something you can touch, access. That's another conversation. And legacy media purposely covers it up because they want the conversation to be, you're going to pay more taxes if you do that. Your tax is going to go up. No. Your taxes don't have to go up at all to have that in the United States of America. That's actually a lie. They've been allowed to facilitate and weaponize that lie. And they do it through legacy media, CNN, all of them, Fox. They all do it by having no conversation about, the real data points there. So let's continue.
They do not have money for childcare, so parents can have that. The child tax credit is socialism according to Republicans, but let's invest millions, tens of millions in these gags, and let's invest billions, tens of billions into wars that take us nowhere. Obviously, that's all sarcastic, but that's what's happening right now. Let's continue. By the way, if you appreciate these videos on the Adam Mockler feed, and if you appreciate our candor, just calling out the truth, then make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler.
Let's see here. Yeah, that's Adam Mockler, y'all.
Broadcast one more time during the coverage of the White House fight.
Closed captioning for tonight's broadcast is brought to you by TrumpCoins.com, the official UFC Freedom 250 special edition medallions.
Yeah, I don't want to get no copyright strike. Let's see here.
What's said here, they're talking not about his crypto coin. They do other ads for that we saw, the World Liberty Financial. They're talking about an actual Trump medallion right here. So Donald Trump is using this DC UFC fight as an opportunity to hawk all of his products, most of the products that benefit his family overall. Here is Donald Trump standing there last night with his family looking pretty shocked. Why is Eric Trump so shocked in the eyes right here? Then we have Barron Trump standing behind. Melania, she's photogenic, but something about her looks kind of weird in this. And here's Donald Trump. As I scroll down, his right hand is swollen and covered in makeup that doesn't quite blend well. You'd think as the president, who puts orange on his face every day, you'd be able to find something that matches your skin tone a bit better. And this loops me back around to the fighter who screamed, quote, Michelle Obama.
Hold on, let me see this one more time.
Shocked. Why is Eric Trump so
Eric Trump, all right. Yeah, why are they looking like that? That is that's weird. That's weird. But you never know, because they're never going to tell you what these moments are really about. Okay, sorry about that. Let's continue. Is it ready? Here we go.
Shocked in the eyes right here. Then we have Barron Trump standing behind. Melania, she's photogenic, but something about her looks kind of weird in this. And here's Donald Trump. As I scroll down, his right hand is swollen and covered in makeup that doesn't quite blend well. You'd think as the president, who puts orange on his face every day, you'd be able to find something that matches your skin tone a bit better. And this loops.
What do you think is behind that? What do you think is behind that? Like, that comment, you think as at the let me play it again. You think as the president of the U.S. Let me see. What is he saying?
Is swollen and covered in makeup that doesn't quite blend well. You'd think as the president,
you think
puts orange.
You think as the president who puts orange makeup on his face, right?
On his face every day, you'd be able to find something that matches your skin.
You'd be able to find something that matches your skin tone, right?
Skin tone a bit better. And this loops me back around.
So, but what if they're using him? So the makeup wouldn't matter the same way if he's totally out of it and has no clue what's going on. So he's not really, this might not even be him. You see what I mean? It could be a sign. I'm just saying, I don't know, but it could be a sign that this dude is totally out of there, because he not only is he not concerned about how this makeup looks, right? If he's not concerned about how that makeup looks, what else is he not concerned about? You see what I'm saying? And to frame it as, as the president of the United States, I understand why he's framing it that way. But if he's totally out of his mind, then it makes no difference. I mean, maybe they just drug his ass up and throw him out. Here you go. Get out there and do it. I mean, I think it is. It's dementia. They're using him. He's not really caring. His brain is not registering these kind of things. And yeah.
Who screamed, quote, Michelle Obama is a man. Sorry, I touched on this earlier, but now I want to actually dive into how awful and disrespectful and racist this is. It's not just disrespectful. It's a degradation to what America's supposed to be. This guy is yelling, Michelle Obama is a man, on the White House lawn while Joe Rogan grins with a mic in his face, only available on Larry Ellison's Paramount, sponsored by Bud Light, Trump Coin, Trump Medallion, World Liberty Financial, all as a way to get money injected back into Trump's family. Listen to this.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
Yeah. You see that? So, right now, it's somebody said in the chat, we don't care about you LGBTQ boy nor Michelle Obama. Damn it, can't you tell? Remember the election? I'm almost thinking this person is not even an American, the way that's written. But nonetheless, yeah, why did they bring up her being a man? Isn't that a play on LGBTQ? Isn't that what he's saying? Isn't that what this guy is saying? I mean, this dude just said it. You know, he's referencing LGBTQ. And the election is coming up, and this is what he's talking about. So is his comment going to make people vote? What is his comment going to do to make people vote? You know, it sounds like, yeah, it is a distraction from the election. Why is he bringing up LGBTQ stuff right there? You know what I mean? And bringing up Michelle Obama. She's not the president's wife anymore. Barack Obama's not the president anymore. Why would he even bring up Obama? Right? I'm almost sure if they did some studies, people that voted for Trump would have mentioned Obama more than Trump if you do the data collection. Just like when you read the Bible, the most popular place is Egypt. If you really read it, they talk about Egypt a lot in the Bible. You see what I mean? I'm pretty sure if you do the data here, you will see Trump supporters do more talking about the Obamas than they do anyone else. I'm quite sure Michelle Obama, Trump people talk about Michelle Obama more than they talk about Trump's wife, Melania. I'm pretty sure, right? If you just do the data, I'm just saying. Let's hear some more.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? Ladies and gentlemen.
Just so disgusting and despicable. Even Dave Portnoy, who was all over Twitter saying this event was the best in the world, had this to say about that.
There's one moment I do think Trump has to denounce, and anybody associated with it has to denounce, and that's that crazy fighter guy. I don't even have his name up here, but he won the fight. He took the microphone, and he made a derogatory comment about Michelle Obama.
Hey, look, hold on. I see somebody in the chat getting kind of disrespectful. So instead of block you, I'm gonna invite you up on the panel. Here we go. There we go. Fence 1684, whatever the hell that means. I'm sure you don't live in a cave, right? And I'm sure you're not a monkey. So use your fingers and hop up on the panel. You're not dumb. I'm sure you're intelligent enough to be able to figure out Discord. Since you want to call me a boy, hop your ass up here. Unless you're scared or you're hiding yourself, hiding your identity like a scared bitch. Come on, hop on up. Teach me a lesson. What is up with this? I'm not going to block him, but hop up. Let everybody see his comment. Let's see if he's scared. He's too scared to hop up. I bet you he is. You know? This is so funny. But the dude did bring up, if he's saying Michelle Obama is a man, then that means they're bringing up the LGBTQ. They're bringing up that issue themselves, right? And it also means, think about this. They talk about Obama and Michelle Obama. I'm sure that people who voted for Trump, they talk about Obama more than they talk about Trump. I'm pretty sure people that voted for Trump talk about Michelle Obama more than they talk about Melania. I'm pretty sure. Just like in the Bible, the most popular place mentioned is Egypt. You see what I mean? So it just kind of gives you some kind of idea, and what, you know, the how negativity, what drives people voting for Trump is what they hate or claim they hate more than what he offers them. You see what I mean? The people that voted for Obama is because they liked him. It's not because they hated someone else. You see what I mean? And it's the opposite with people that vote for Trump. They hate other people. So that's their motivation, which is why they won't get more health care. They will get less health care. Their families will go through harder times. They will go into bankruptcy on their mortgages and things like that. They will go default on their home mortgages more because of Trump. You see, but that's how they think. You see what I'm saying? But in any case, let's move on. Let's continue here.
To me,
I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for this dude to hop up. Fence, hop your ass up. Let's see if you want people to hear where you're from. Let's see. Let's ask some questions. You can ask me some questions too. Come on. Unless you're scared like a little bitch, which I'm pretty sure you are, biatch. Okay? Ha ha. And anybody can hop up on the panel too. Here you go. Anybody. You know, it doesn't just have to be bitch ass fence. It could be anybody that can get their fingers working, knows how to load an app on their mobile phone.
House lawn.
Like YouTube.
Now you these are UFC guys, all right? They're crazy. They're idiots. You have Sean Strickland, who's one of the craziest people of all time, to the point you can't even pay attention to what he says snuck in. But when you have that on the White House lawn, on an event you put down, I don't care what you think about the Obamas or anything. That has to be an immediate denounce. Like, wrong, doesn't speak for me. I have no problem with the event. I guess you run that risk because these guys are lunatics, but that was the only thing. If Trump should denounce it, he should say that was totally wrong. The event itself, listen, the troops seem to love it. All the people there seem to love it. I have no...
You know what I'd like to say, and people in the comments might get mad at this, but I think more Americans are like this, Dave Portnoy, than are like the cruel people we see in this administration. Dave Portnoy's not perfect, obviously, but when we see Stephen Miller going on TV spewing vile venom about how Democrats are terrorists, when we see J.D. Vance dehumanizing the other side, when we see these crazy fighters, and Donald Trump posting racist AI images about the Obamas, I know it's very grim, and I know that it's very easy to feel like everybody is just hateful, but I have a lot of bro friends as well who are either in college, about to graduate college, in frats right now, or were once in frats, and they're not hateful. They're not. They're okay, and actually they enjoy living in a country with diversity in sexuality. A lot of my friends back in Indiana, even the Republican ones, have gay
they might enjoy that, but they're also very naive there's something when you don't see the misogyny in the UFC, you're playing yourself, so the UFC is just crazy misogynistic, right? Secondly, when you don't see how they're now coupled with desecrating your flag, you're also disillusioned, so you don't have to be the meanest person or the worst offender to be a problem for everybody. You don't have to be the biggest Nazi to be a problem. You could be a lukewarm one. You can, and it's true. So look, if you don't like racism, you're not going to want to stand around anybody who is. If you don't like misogyny, you're not going to want to stand around anyone who is. That's just what it is. You don't associate. You can't do that. And otherwise, it's just as good as saying that it has some. You're legitimizing it then yourself. Even while you say you don't agree with it, you still associate with it. So to some degree, I wonder about this what Adam is saying, but it's okay. I mean, I understand what he's saying. These people aren't the worst, right? But still, not the worst. It depends on who you are. That's a subjective term,
That are like the cruel people we see.
If Trump should denounce it, he should say that was totally wrong. The event itself, listen, the troops seem to love it. All the people there seem to love it. I have no...
The troops seem to love it? What troops is he talking about? There's loads of troops speaking out against Trump now because they've been the target of his bigotry, right? There's been loads of troops that have been discriminated against by the Trump administration. So those aren't the troops that agree with it. There's plenty of black, LGBT, and every women still in the military that definitely don't agree with this, but they're more marginalized and more targets than ever because of this administration. So, listen, man, people are going to stop fighting for the U.S. military because of this motherfucker Trump. That's how serious this is right now. This is not a joke. His behavior affects the outcome of performance of the U.S. military 100%. This anti-DEI mission that they have been on, quote unquote, whatever the fuck it means, anti, how can you be anti something that is just equitable? What the fuck is that? That is ridiculous. But yeah, this thing that they've done, they've put the United States safety, we're talking about militarily, in danger. Just like he did everything else. Attacking the Capitol building put the United States in danger. Okay, doing all of this type of situation, accepting the $4 billion or whatever jet, danger. His position on Iran, danger to the United States, security threat. His position on Ukraine, danger to the United States, security threat. His friendship with the despots of the world, inviting them to the White House, danger to the security of the United States. This bill coming, what the hell is this bill right here about? Look, this bill. Right, H.R. 88, sponsored by the Republicans, National Defense Authorization Acts, that has Israel there inside of it. What is it? Is it paragraph? Is it paragraph or section 224? Either paragraph or section 224. Don't quote me, but there's parts in this that make the funding to Israel permanent, meaning they won't even have to ask Congress every year for a new appropriations, for appropriating the money, finances. They won't even have to ask. Your tax dollars will go directly to Israel. This is a Republican-sponsored bill. All Republicans on the committee voted for it. 44 voted for it. Look, it'll tell you right here. See that? Nays, yays, and nays. 44 yays, all Republican. 12 nays, that's no, Democrats. You see? Right. These people are all about harming the United States of America, not securing it. So, but let's hear some more. Let's see here.
You know what I'd like to say, and people in the comments might get mad at this, but I think more Americans are like this, Dave Portnoy, than are like the cruel people we see in this administration. Dave Portnoy's not perfect, obviously, but when we see Stephen Miller going on TV spewing vile venom about how Democrats are terrorists, when we see J.D. Vance dehumanizing the other side, when we see these crazy fighters, and Donald Trump posting racist AI images about the Obamas, I know it's very grim, and I know that it's very easy to feel like everybody is just hateful, but I have a lot of bro friends as well who are either in college, about to graduate college, in frats right now, or were once in frats, and they're not hateful. They're not. They're okay, and actually they enjoy living in a country with diversity in sexuality. A lot of my friends back in Indiana, even the Republican ones, have gay friends, which I guess doesn't mean much, but I just mean the average American doesn't want to live in this hateful, divisive society where we're all tearing each other down. I literally have Republican friends back in Indiana who are young dudes who have friends that are trans, which again, that doesn't mean that they can't be hateful in other ways, but I'm just saying, once you get down to the nitty-gritty, Americans like to live with other Americans. They don't like to be this hateful. But the problem is we have people in the highest echelons of power in the Republican Party spreading this hate, incentivizing this hate, and allowing this hate to be...
Well, that's a problem too. But we have also people that that just, like I said before, that they don't have a problem associating with people that do have hate for other Americans. So, so again, it starts at the top, but it's subjective depending on how you're affected. So if you're an average black man walking around in the United States of America, you're not going to see this statement that Adam says. You're not going to totally agree, because a moron like this motherfucker on the screen right here, this monkey, right? He can affect your life due to his bigotry. Right. So, you kind of have to wonder, you can't just, the top is the problem. Trump led this in from the top, but it could be led in. It doesn't mean that it's not affecting people day to day, regardless of Trump. Whether Biden was in office or Trump was in office, there's too many of these everyday people that associate with folks that have these beliefs. That's a problem, So I wouldn't just, I'm not getting on Adam right here. I'm just saying, it's dangerous to always think it's only coming from the top, that only the top is the problem. No. I'm just telling you how I live my life. I don't have room for stupid shit in my life, period. I don't have room unless you're benefiting me directly. So, I'll give you an example. A lot of the people in the chat I agree with, some of them I just see them as stupid motherfuckers. Am I going to block them? No. Because they help feed my algorithm. That benefits me. That benefits my program. That makes more people watch it, right? Will they hop up on the panel? No, because they chicken shits. You see? So I don't mind them being in the chat. They're relegated. They relegate themselves to the chat because they know that's their proper place in this. They do it themselves. I don't have to force them. You see what I mean? But if I wanted to, if I wanted to force something, I could. You see what I mean? But you can't force courage into a motherfucker. You can't make someone have courage. That's teach me. That takes a lot of nurturing. I do that for my kids, not these motherfuckers. Okay, but let them eat cake. Okay, but but in any case, it's not just the top. It's the everyday thing too that still persists. And it bothers me when I see a guy try to justify this type of thing. No, don't make justifications for it. You justify them, you're justifying an assault on your country. You justify them, you're justifying the desecration of the American flag, the desecration of the White House, the desecration of the Capitol. You're approving it just by saying, "Oh well, I'll hang around them, but I don't agree with them." Don't hang around them then. Period. Don't give them 1 cent. Okay? Don't give them any respect whatsoever in real life. In real life, it is over. In real life, it is over. You have gone too far. You have associated with the enemies of the United States of America. It's over. It's over. There's no justifying it anymore.
Be blasted on primetime television. I think it's kind of cute that Dave Portnoy thinks Donald Trump would ever condemn them saying Michelle Obama is a man, when Donald Trump is the one who posted an image, an AI photo of both Barack Obama and Michelle Obama as gorillas, depicted as apes. Donald Trump has floated this exact same conspiracy theory about Michelle Obama before, and he's floated so many conspiracy theories about President Obama not being born in America that he basically could be credited for mainstreaming that. So I find it absolutely despicable that whatever this guy's name is right here screamed this out, and it's very indicative of the incentives that the MAGA movement creates to be as hateful as possible. Maybe I'm naive, but I think that most Americans aren't that deeply hateful. And most Americans, I mean, if you look at Michelle Obama's approval rating, it's pretty high. If you listen to the people in the crowd, it didn't seem like they were really liking.
Exactly. Michelle Obama's approval rating is very high. And MAGA talks about her more than they talk about Melania. MAGA talks about Obama more than they talk about Trump. It's just a fact. And maybe it's not a fact, but I'm pretty sure if they did the data on this, and they will have this data. It's out there. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that data for you. I'm gonna dig some up. But the way that they are constantly obsessed over Michelle Obama while she's not the president's wife, she's not the first lady anymore. The way they're still obsessed about a past, and you're not talking about Jill Biden. You're not talking about the last president. The first lady was Jill Biden. She was married to Biden. That's the last president. They still talking about Michelle Obama. This is like fucking how many years ago? How many years ago? How many years ago? This is obsession. How many fucking years ago? Like what? This is. I'm telling you. Fuck this. Look, it's not even personal. I'm just saying this dude is a moron on the screen that would even say that. He is a junkie. He's a fucking junkie in the head. Whether it's drug related or not, this motherfucker has a junk brain, and the people that was like, yeah, they have junk brains too. They have junk brains too. Let me see. I don't even know how many years ago that was with Michelle Obama. Let me pull it up, the Gemini here real quick. And also, let me see if I can find some data about that. Let's see here. Let's go on.
That
big up to Adam Mockler.
Too much.
Big up to Adam Mockler. Let me go over to Brian Cohen now. I want to see what happened here real quick, and then we get into some other international news.
For the UFC, I think it's great. It's beyond great. It's literally the perfect scenario. But as far as I'm an economics major. I love studying politics on the political side of things, not the UFC's business. That is, of course, they're going to say yes to it. But what I think personally is that our government is desecrating its role in society by entertaining sports. Our government is to protect and serve the people, and really should be as minimal as possible. And when you're doing all of this stuff, hosting sporting events, it's really outside of what the goal of the government was intended to be, because our tax dollars and resources are funding this operation. And like I said, I'm not criticizing the UFC. I love Dana, I love Hunter, I love Sean, Mick, I love all of them, and it's an amazing thing. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But the government should never be hosting sporting events, because there's more room for corruption, and we already have a corrupted government. And so that's my thoughts on it, is that the government is supposed to protect us, not entertain us.
That was
Yeah, that makes sense.
UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell speaking common sense about today's UFC fight at the White House. And look, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I'm not against the UFC. I was a wrestler for a decade. I love the sport. I love combat sports. And I think nothing builds character and discipline quite like contending with the physical and mental and emotional aspects of those sports, from cutting weight to the brutal one-on-one battle. My past in that sport probably contributed more to my work ethic today than anything else, because frankly, once you can do that, everything else seems easy by comparison. Which is to say, again, this is not a knock on the UFC or MMA, mixed martial arts more broadly, but it is a knock on the US government spending its time, its resources, its money on hosting blood sports for the president's taxpayer-funded birthday party. Like, what are we doing here? We've got a country where Americans are hurting, and Trump knows that because that is the exact issue he exploited on the campaign trail for votes. He talked about groceries and rent and housing and the price of an egg. That's how tuned in he was to high costs and everyday problems. He was speaking out about the price of eggs. This guy literally claimed that his agenda would be America first, and yet the moment he took power, he completely shedded his populist skin and became who he really is, a billionaire autocrat looking to consolidate more power, wealth, attention, and influence onto himself. And so he didn't lower costs. He raised them by launching a trade war that he refused to back down from because doing so would be a hit to his ego. He didn't protect healthcare. He cut it because he needed some funding to offset his tax cuts that disproportionately helped millionaires and billionaires like him across the country.
Yeah, let's just say this much. They do not like it. They don't like it. I like you, Amar, but Americans don't find this thing to be appropriate. Take it here. Take a look here. UFC White House fights are appropriate. Just 16%. Just 16% overall. And among Republicans, even among Republicans, you know, the diehard base Republican Party with Trump through thick and thin, just 31% of Republicans. His approval rating amongst Republicans overall, as you know, usually hovers a little bit north of 80%. So we're talking 50 points lower here. And, you know, this overall, you know, being 16%, you know, what is it, like 28% of Americans, you know, believe in telepathy? So this is even below that.
Does this fall into a broader pattern with the White House and voters' minds?
Yeah, I think this is the big problem here, Omar, which is, you know, Americans just don't think that Donald Trump and this White House is in touch with them.
You know, this is why I wonder, like, who's in the troll, who's part of the troll section in the chat? Like, because some of these trolls make it sound like they're not even Americans. Because here, look at the data. You know, I mean, just look at the data. You're in the minority. If you think this fight was okay at the White House, you're even in the minority of Republicans. So are you even Americans, you trolls? You fucking Trump supporters in the chat? Are you even really Americans, or are you that fucking isolated? You living under a fucking rock. Where do you live, in a cave? Still, get your ass out of the cave, motherfucker. Even regular Republicans don't goddamn agree with this. Now, where's your monkey ass at? Where's this motherfucker at, man? I'm sorry. What did he do? Look, they all they disappear when you invite them up on the fucking here. Hold on. What's this dude's name? Oh my God. Where you at, man? All right. Maybe I can't find it. I forget who did. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Fence 1684. What do you think about this? Okay. Let me see here. V, Never Under Pressure says, V, implore you to find the channel that broadcast the ABC in Denmark. JD Vance is on The View tomorrow at 11. Oh, really? Okay. I'm gonna check his. We're gonna find it. No worries. If it's not, it's on the YouTube. It's gonna be on YouTube. So yeah. We don't get American cable news here, but no, we do get. What am I talking about? Denmark get all that cable news. Yeah, they get it all if they want to watch that. But I will catch it on. I will catch it soon as it's out on YouTube. That episode. Yeah, but listen. So put a 1 in the chat if you agree. If you like the fact that they had this WrestleMania, because I don't. That's what I call it. Put a 1 in the chat if you like the fact that they had WrestleMania UFC at the White House, on the White House lawn. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it is just vile. That you can't go for that. You don't agree. So I'm just curious about that. How many people in the chat agree with that shit? Because I got some questions for you. And I also want to point out that you're in the minority of Republicans. Like, where do you live? I want to know more about you. You know what I'm saying? Like, really. Look at this. So Red Lion, you're not an American citizen? I'm taking this as you ain't an American citizen if you don't get this. Let me say it again. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. And since the chat is open, that means you too have to answer one or two. You can't get out of it because the chat is open. I could also put it in subscriber mode, if you don't want to participate. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't just affect you. It just affects everybody. So sometimes you got to give up a little something for the group, So Red Lion, 1 or 2. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with WrestleMania, UFC being on the White House lawn. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. All right, I see Red Lion doesn't want to participate, so there we go. No need to have you here. No problem, man. I would appreciate your opinion on that, but you don't want to give it, so there you have it. Boom. None of your opinions count then. Since that opinion of yours don't count, none of them count. See you later, sucker. All right, now let's see here. So nobody, you see how people try to get out of, they don't want you to collect data on them. They don't want people to qualify their statements. So they don't want to answer no question. They just want to make all the statements in the chat. Now you got to answer questions too, motherfucker. Okay, it's my program, bitch. You don't get nothing for free unless it benefits me here. Okay, that's how I roll. Now, at least Lorna said she agrees with it. There you have it. Well, look, 31% of Republicans, you're with the 31% of Republicans. The rest of them don't agree with you. Okay, so just so you know that.
Telepathy.
And on top of that, where you been? Under a rock?
So this is even below that.
Does this fall into a broader pattern with the White House and voters' minds?
Yeah, I think this is the big problem here, Omar, which is, Americans just don't think that Donald Trump and this White House is in touch with them because, they put on stuff like that Americans don't really care about. Take a look here. Say the White House is out of touch with people like you. 60% overall. We're talking about 3 in 5 Americans. And look among independents. 80% of independents say that the White House is out of touch with people like them. So all of a sudden you have a White House that is potentially putting on events such as this UFC fights. And, Americans' top issue is inflation. And what's Trump's net approval rating on that? Like -50? And you go to yourself, okay, appropriate, no on the UFC fights. And then you put it together with what they actually care about. No wonder that the American people say 60% say the White House is out of touch with people like them and 80% of independents.
I mean, it's a big push. Why do you think Trump loves the UFC so much?
Yeah, okay. We've seen Donald Trump go to these UFC fights before, right? We see that there may be UFC fights, on the White House lawn come this weekend. And, it's because the UFC and MMA is a safe space. It is a safe space. It's a nice place. It's warm and lovely for the president.
Not safe anymore. It's politicized now. Yeah, it's politicized and it's Republican. It's heavy Republican. And that's, you would think it would matter. A real business would get that. But, desperate businesses that falsify financial documents wouldn't. You see what I mean? They would do it this way because, why not? And as you can see, this administration doesn't seem to have a problem with anybody falsifying financial records. Trump was convicted of it himself. How many times? Now, again, back to this Michelle Obama thing. She was the first lady 10 years ago, and they still talking about her. 10 years ago. She's not even the last Democratic first lady. That would have been Jill Biden, but these people's brains are so fixated on Obama because she's black. Notice that. They're not even fixated on Jill Biden. She was just the one who was the first lady before Melania. You see what I'm saying? And she doesn't matter. The reason why Michelle Obama matters so much to them is because of her color. That's it. That's all these people see is your color. After that, they might see some other things. But if you're black, the first thing they're going to see is you're black. They're not going to see your gender. They're not going to see all this other stuff. I mean, maybe with black women, they would see your gender. Maybe, you see what I mean? They would see that too. And then the misogyny will also come out. But most of the other things, they won't know your sexual orientation. They won't know your politics. Those things won't matter to them. They won't even know what part of the country you're from. Nothing like that. But when you're black, they don't even need to know your nationality. It's just that you're black. And that's Michelle Obama. Although she was the first lady, you would think she would have had their respect given, especially the fact that she was a classy lady, respectful person, cared a lot about young people in the country, did a lot for young people in the country. But they don't, for them, they don't have that respect for that. They don't want to see a black woman having respect for everyone, for society. For them, they don't want a black person in the society. That is why Michelle Obama bothers them. It's not that she's doing something wrong. It's that she's doing everything right with the wrong color. That's what it is. And is she a conservative woman? Pretty much. She's very conservative. You don't see her kids out here acting amok. You don't see her out here booty shaking. You don't see her out. I'm not saying you can't do that, but I'm just saying, just as an example, you don't see her out here in a Cadillac she can't afford with 20-inch rims. You don't see her out here smoking meth. You don't see her out here smoking crack. You don't see her out here being a drunk. You don't see her. Is she even a member of the LGBTQ society? No, she's married to Barack Obama, right? So she has kids. Kids are probably pretty conservative too. I mean, just by how you see them, do you see her kids out there? People saying her kids are on drugs. You see people saying that Donald Trump Jr. is a cokehead. Every day, people are saying that. They're talking about how he looks. They say he looks like a cokehead. You never hear anybody saying that about Obama's children, Michelle Obama's children. You never hear that. You see what I mean? Is Obama think about this. When God forbid, Trump's wives tend to die before him. You should worry about that. But look, Trump's wife died before him, and look where he buried her ass. At the golf resort. I mean, would Obama do that? No, because he's a conservative, classy dude. You see what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean he's anti anybody else, But in any case, let's continue. There's more things outside of this. I just wanted to start with the cage mentality, which is really sucks in the U.S. right now. But let's go on. There's more here. Something came up with this Miller dude. I can't stand him. Yo, you there?
Maggie Haberman.
Brooklyn, what's up?
I'm here.
Jonathan Swan, New York Times.
Okay, hold on. Let me pause this. Yeah, what's good? Would you wanted to say anything on that?
I mean, no, you pretty much covered it, right? I think it shows the mentality of the right and the conservatives who, at any given point, are going to bring up Barack Obama,
right?
Because they can't attack his policies, right? They can't attack his border policy because he deported more immigrants than Trump, right? Without the necessary funding, without the extra added funding of tens of billions of dollars for ICE, right? And that was through the court system. When they look at Michelle Obama, it's just another way to attack race without saying race, right? They say this derogatory term of calling her, a trans woman or a man, if you will, because they're upset that she is an educated, black, respectable woman who was the first lady in comparison to a lot of other first ladies, especially the one who we have currently now in the office, right? Who is an immigrant, by the way, right? And so that's what
she was a model. She got her American passport by being, or her residency by being a model.
Yeah. And she overstood her visa. She overstood her visa, by the way.
Model escort. No, I'm just telling
Yeah, there we go.
That kind of model.
There we go.
We ain't talking about GQ model. We ain't talking about talking about the other type. Okay, so yeah,
we're talking about Epstein's model.
Exactly. They mad at her because she's not anti-LGBTQ. She's not anti-trans, so they mad at her. So then now they want to throw the label on her like that's a people do that, man. But go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, no, Michelle Obama by default, she was one of the most visible first ladies, second to probably Jackie Kennedy, right?
Yeah.
An icon for women of color and women in general, right? And she continues to be, right? Like, she still gets interviews. She still has a life aside from Barack Obama because she is also a well-educated black woman.
Check this out. Here's another one. She's not on TV coming out with impromptu statements and shit from the White House podium talking about, don't listen to these rumors about me. Michelle Obama never had to say that from the White House press room. Listen, y'all, don't listen to the rumors about me on Epstein Island. They're not true. I never did that.
I mean, she doesn't even address the slander, the trans slander that she receives. She doesn't even entertain it because she is a person who is secure in herself, who represents America and has represented America while her husband was in office, and she's still a pillar of black excellence. Right. And when we speak about the ACA, because I saw, a few comments saying, the ACA is unaffordable and Obama lied. Like, no, he did not. ACA made affordable healthcare for millions of people, millions of low and low middle class.
And you know what? And you know what, bro? Criticize it. Criticize the healthcare system. Criticize quote unquote Obamacare, even though it's not called that. That's another. It's the ACA. Criticize the ACA, but do it. Be for real when you criticize it. Criticize it for what's actually wrong with it. Don't blanket generalize it and turn it into a Obama imagination conversation. It's like actually point out what is flawed in it and point out how it got flawed. That's what every intelligent person would do. That's what a responsible voter would want, right? But these MAGA folk don't want it, or the news doesn't do it when they're watching Fox News or other, right-wing things. The problem is that they don't explain how it got that way, that it wasn't originally what was suggested.
There you go.
Obama never told nobody what to do. You see what I'm saying? He didn't tell people what they had to do. Now, the thing is that we know how the public option got reduced, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it happened through votes in Congress and in the Senate, right?
Yep.
Exactly. So it's documented. So don't criticize Obama. Criticize the people that fucked it up. Do that. Made it that way. Made it so the insurance companies get loads of money, get 1/3 of what your operation costs. Why don't you just criticize the people that made the problem in it instead of trying to generalize the whole thing? But go ahead.
I mean, no, if we could even circle back to that, right? Like, if we could recognize that before the ACA, people with pre-existing conditions could not get health care, right? They did not have insurers willing to insure them because of the increased cost. So you had millions of Americans with pre-existing conditions that were suffering, right? That could not get affordable health care, period. That couldn't get health care, period, because their employer's options wouldn't even allow them to receive health care, right? So unless you were extremely poor, receiving Medicaid, regardless of your pre-existing condition, if you had a pre-existing condition and didn't qualify for Medicaid, you were uninsured.
Right. Yeah,
healthcare
exactly.
was unaffordable, period.
Yeah.
The tens of thousands
it was
of
worse
dollars
before.
a month.
It was worse before.
Yes.
So that's the thing. Somebody said Obama called for it. Don't be silly. Obama called for healthcare reform, jackass. Like, what are you talking about? Duh. Everyone's calling for that, even the right wing, except that when they call for it, what they mean is eliminate it. Now, here's the thing. Obama called for reform. Yeah. And so did Clinton. So did others in the past. That's not the issue. The issue is, what did Congress do? The president doesn't write law, in case you don't know that, right? So Congress writes law. The president only signs it into law. He doesn't write it. It's negotiated in Congress and in the Senate. Those are the people that are responsible for the type of health care people in the United States have. And people in the United States have essentially, they're the only Western country that don't have universal health care. And they're the only Western country where 30% of the cost of your health care goes to administrative fees. So that's your problem in the United States. That's one of the major problems. There's some micro ones too you need to manage and tweak. But the major one is that in the United States of America, let's say your operation costs $100,000, $30,000 of it is to administrative fees. That's the problem there. And that's the problem in the law too. And you can change that if you want to talk about it, if you want to work on it. But if you want to just blame Obama, who hasn't been the president for 10 years, you're probably not going to get to that part, fixing it. Now, if you're thinking about cutting off more people, well, there were more people cut off before you even had that. You see? So that's why right-wing Republicans and Democrats and centrists wanted to get more people access. So that's what you get out of Obamacare. More people got access, but the prices didn't, the price part, the administration fees, 30%. Now, when you leave the U.S., the administrative fees go down to 10%. Even in places like Denmark, 5%. That means they do a better job at administrating healthcare than the United States does. The United States has, if you can get access, you have good things, but the administrators are horrific. They're atrocious. They know, they're just like saying, you know what? We don't know nothing. Where's the paper? You would think 30%. What is 30% fee, administration fee, supposed to look like? It's supposed to look like this: a dude sitting at a desk with a bunch of piled up papers and just paper in the air. Where's the paper? I don't know what I'm doing. Where I'm administrating. What the fuck? Paper everywhere. It's not supposed to look like that. It's supposed to be neat, efficient, orderly, and decent. Categorized properly, cataloged properly. And that's just what it is, and you don't get it yet. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
What's the Republicans' plan for health care? Because they don't have one, right?
They have none.
They were
no. They have a health care plan. Talk about Michelle Obama. That's their health care plan.
Yeah. Apparently, because they can't come up with a comprehensive plan to save their lives, but yet they criticize Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, to be specific and politically correct. The Affordable Care Act, because they can't come up with a more comprehensive option, because a public option is one of the more comprehensive steps you can take before having universal health care.
You know what it is, bro? Republicans are happy that the administrative fees are 30% of what you pay. That they're happy about that. They don't want to change that. The Republicans want the corporation making 30% off of the administrative fees instead of 5 or 10% like every other Western country. So they're not going to cut that part out of it, right? And they're not even, all they're happy with is just getting more people off of it. But they want to make sure that most of what you pay for, or 1/3 of what you pay for, is an administrative fee. 30% is damn near 1/3, bro.
Yes.
That's crazy.
But look, let's consider, what red state did I say has the most uninsured people?
Yeah.
Texas, right?
Yeah.
Texas has the most uninsured Americans in their state.
Right.
You think that's a coincidence?
Yeah.
Or just maybe healthcare and the combination of low pay doesn't allow for them to see the benefits in getting healthcare? I'll wait. Right? So it's all just a redirection, right? Redirect, deflect, and deny is what they're infamous at.
Those of you that's not subscribed in the chat, I'm about to find out. So the chat was open, but I usually want people to speak, like have something, the comments to be kind of related to what we're talking about to some degree. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter. I appreciate all the comments, but I want to learn something right now, and I'm going to learn how many of those people that were in the chat were even subscribed, because they spent a long time. You may as well subscribe if you spent that much time. Yeah, I don't understand why you spend so much time somewhere and you don't even subscribe. That's bad if you spend that much time. That's bad. Yeah, I don't understand why you spend oh, sorry about that. Much time somewhere. That's bad YouTube policy, right? So
yeah, that's bad etiquette for sure.
Yeah, it's bad etiquette, man. So now we're gonna find out. Hopefully they subscribed. We will see. I get to see myself. Now, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, what type of person I'm dealing with here? You know, a person that only cares about themselves. Let me make my comment. I'm not gonna subscribe and I'm not gonna like. I'm just gonna make my comment. Okay. In any case, yeah. Now you want to say something else about this debacle, this desecration?
Yeah, no, I mean, first of all, you know, Trump and this administration is lucky that it even got allowed on the White House lawn to begin with, because there was so much pushback, different lawsuits, you know, and judges who were you know, contemplating on shutting it down because essentially they weren't supposed to be able to, right? But Trump has shown that when you push enough as a person in power, I guess you can do things that, you know, you're not supposed to. So you know, I think we use this as an example for, you know, if and when Democrats do find themselves back in power, that we hold them accountable to be able to do just as much for our benefits as much as Trump has done to disenfranchise us as a whole. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I agree with you. All right, so let's go on. There's more news now. There's something I want to get to the international news and then work my way back to the U.S. But did you hear about this? Check this out. This is a big story right here.
A cybersecurity update from the French government, which is concerned about election interference online. The French Prime Minister on Thursday convened political leaders and reported on the threat in the presence of the head of France's disinformation detection service, who said that officials suspect an Israeli firm called Blackcore of being behind a smear campaign ahead of France's municipal elections in March.
Vigilant investigations have made it possible to geolocate the foreign operator behind this malicious activity, a purported Israeli company known as Blackcore.
Viginum, France's Office for Vigilance and Protection Against Foreign Digital Interference, presented a detailed report on Blackcore's alleged actions around the world.
The modus operandi wasn't limited to France's municipal elections. It also appears to have been used for foreign digital interference in other countries or regions, such as Angola, Togo, the elections in Scotland, and New York's 2025 municipal election.
The French Prime Minister said Paris had asked Israel for explanations on Blackcore's actions and also for help in trying to find out who may have been behind the smear campaign.
Once the authorities realized this interference from Israeli soil, specifically Israeli soil, occurred during the municipal election, it goes without saying that we did indeed ask for an explanation and assistance. It could be a private group in Israel.
The news agency Reuters reported last month that French authorities suspected Blackcore was behind an online smear campaign targeting 3 candidates for mayor from the far-left pro-Palestine France Unbowed party in March's municipal vote. Before scrubbing its presence online following Reuters' inquiries, Blackcore described itself as an elite influence cyber and technology company built for the modern era of information warfare.
All right, so that's interesting. Hold on, let me see. Did we get that right? Blackcore? Yeah, exactly. Now, that's interesting because, listen, what do you think is going on with the battle for AI right now inside of the U.S.? Even just the battle for AI, Trump is they're trying to consolidate these people, Elon Musk, you know, Peter Thiel, they're trying to consolidate power using these type of mechanisms, interfere with elections. That Elon Musk is damn near calling for riots, and he's calling for, you know, just for things to go crazy in the UK. You know, he's basically interfering in their elections. France has charged him of that too. Like, this is the big concern. The same way that they've been able to manipulate the elections in the US is what they plan on doing across Europe. So it's not anymore. It's not just people like Elon Musk. It's not just you know, those type of folks that right wingers in the U.S. It's this, and it's not also just Russia, and it's not also just China, but it's also now, as you see, introduced here, Israel. right? They're saying allegedly interfering in elections on the ground. So you have to couple those things together, right? They're different parts. It's like a star. A star has different fingers, right? Each one playing a different, being a different actor in that same goal. When the fingers come back into a fist, they're operating to reach the same goal. That is to control the country, control the democracy, right? Control the sovereign nation, right? I wonder, as far as up here, who else is in here? Is it okay, Mike? What did you think about that? What you think about this, bro? This black core?
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's just like everyone else, right? Like every other AI company who wants to consolidate power for the highest up, right? I mean, we're seeing it. We're seeing it in the U.S., right? We have the Palantirs of the world. We have Anthropic who try to go against that on a moralistic level, but they still receiving government contracts, right? They're receiving government contracts. When we look at the Palantirs of the world, they have collected so much debt. We don't know what they've collected, right? We don't know what they've collected. We had Doge, right, which had Musk in office illegally collecting information on individuals who were on any federal program, right? That means where you come from, your demographic, your race, your social security number, how much in benefits you receive, right? All that information is going to be used to target every minority community, whether that be through class, race, right, religion. All that will be used, and it probably most likely already has been used to, especially this current administration's power structure, to maintain that power structure, right? And when we look at if Democrats, or even any Democrats, right, any left leaning, right, like I would hope, obviously, France is a whole lot more progressive, so I'm sure that they'll be one of the trendsetters when it comes to regulating and identifying the negatives of what it means to have AI, and how it can be used and utilized to manipulate and disenfranchise people overall, right?
Right. Yeah. And to undermine elections, essentially to force politics on people, right, from the outside, which is very interesting here. So now we got France, the second country to say Israeli intelligence is interfering with its elections. Look, let's hear this one more time.
Cybersecurity update from the French government, which is concerned about election interference online. The French Prime Minister on Thursday convened political leaders and reported on the threat in the presence of the head of France's disinformation detection service, who said that officials suspect an Israeli firm called Black Core of being behind a smear campaign ahead of France's municipal elections in March.
Vigilant investigations have made it possible to geolocate the foreign operator behind this malicious activity, a purported Israeli company known as Black Core.
Viginum, France's Office for Vigilance and Protection Against Foreign Digital Interference, presented a detailed report on Black Core's alleged actions around the world.
The modus operandi wasn't limited to France's municipal elections. It also appears to have been used for foreign digital interference in other countries or regions, such as Angola, Togo, the elections in Scotland and
Scotland and what?
Prime Minister said.
Hold on, Scotland and what?
Such as Angola, Togo, the elections in Scotland and New York's 2025 municipal election.
Oh, really? Okay, so the same company they're saying interfered. Let's see. I want to find that out. What did they mean? Municipality? Okay. Who was on the 2025 NYC municipality election ticket? Yo, you hear that, Brooklyn? You hear that, Michael? That's the mayoral ticket. That is the one that Mom Donnie won. That is the mayoral ticket. That is interesting.
It is. I mean, and it showed because, like I said, I have a friend who was well, he was a former campaign manager, now lobbyist, but was recruited by Cuomo's team to be able to campaign and pull data, right?
Right.
And a lot of that data came from Cuomo's campaign was very targeted towards communities. Like they had voter information essentially. Like they had voter information. They targeted the low income, the low educational areas that were more likely to vote on a progressive level.
Right.
And that's where they put the money at. So that's how they're using this information, right?
Right.
You already have the money. Now you can use your money to
You can
buy
target
the influence
on a micro level.
Exactly. You can exactly.
Very specifically.
That's exactly the best way to say it. You can target on the micro level, affecting the larger macro picture. And we won't know. I think that's what people don't understand, right? Like as awake as we are, we won't know because it will not be announced, and it is disguised as your average campaign spending. It is designed as your average, candidature run, right? So we won't know what misinformation, or not even what interference looks like, because interference doesn't look like misinformation, right? Interference means directly influencing by having an unfair advantage through information, and that information is being collected, gathered, and targeted through AI, right? That is what they're using these AI sensors for, right? If they literally just have bots that collect all this information and then put it in a cohesive manner for them to now strategically be able to affect your vote, be able to affect what's visible, be able to affect what's not visible, right? So when they're seeing these, progressive rise slow more and more, now they're able to target that at the root. Right? They're able to throw millions and billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars into the campaign opposing that before this individual who starts from the grassroots and is for the people can even be visible.
Right.
It just so happened to be Mamdani's campaign was most likely the exception to the rule because he was just so visible and combative while having a level of intellect to be quick-witted about it, right? He was walking our city every other day. He was walking the boroughs. Exactly.
Yeah. But you know
what? He was
what?
literally riding around on a bike.
It says here. It says there was record voter turnout. In fact, it was historic turnout for New York City municipality elections. November 2025 general election drew over 2.2 million voters, which amounted to roughly 42% to 43% turnout rate among registered voters. While 42% turnout might sound modest compared to a presidential election, for a localized off-year mayoral race, it was massive. To put that into perspective, a multi-decade high. It was the highest voter turnout for an NYC mayoral election since 1969. So, yeah, like you said, Mamdani, he canvassed and he got people to come out to vote, right?
And also,
so that's
on
why
that
that could overpower the election interference. That could overpower these bots. That could overpower these agencies trying to steer the election in the other direction, right?
But also on that ticket, was a lot of proposals. So these proposals were directly in contrast to real estate developers, right? And housing zones, right? So
housing
now
rights,
that's where,
housing cost,
yes. So that's where the bigger money comes into play, where that was more of the concern, including the mayoral run. Right, we had propositions that allowed for easy, more free flowing building of affordable apartments. Right, where your real estate developers and lobbyists, they don't want that. Right, they want to be able to privatize as much as possible to gain as much as possible. Right, and so not only was it Mamdani on that ticket, there were a lot of proposals that were surrounding affordable housing and the board of housing that allows for the building of affordable housing. So real estate definitely played a huge part. That real estate money played a huge part in trying to influence this current election.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's kind of a it was a popular to put real estate prices and housing prices, the housing market on the ballot is wise, because this is the bulk of your salary going to this, right? To rent. Right. And so that resonates with a lot of voters, you know. Yeah. But all right. So look, so you have this dynamic with BlackRock, France, and obviously it's happening in other countries too. But this is a matter of where it's been noticed, right? Where they've actually discovered it. You know, some of it's not discoverable at the moment, right? But then you have at the same time that's going on. Look at this. Look at what's going on here. Same. Another proponent, another finger. In the attack against elections and sovereignty of nations, because that's what you're dealing with. That's what elections are. They're about sovereignty. So
Elon Musk. Is the hat too small for him or what? It's just every time you put him up there, I have to just look down, look at the page, Sharon, not that. Elon Musk under fire for stoking anti-immigrant riots in Belfast. Here's more from NBC News.
Tonight, police firing water cannons against rioters as they threw projectiles back. A new evening of more violence exploding in Northern Ireland. Protesters building a blockade. Homes and vehicles set on fire this week. Here, a bus ablaze in Belfast.
Just violence upon violence.
Like my neighbor's house was set on fire.
Families forced to evacuate to safety as flames ravaged their street. Violence erupting in parts of Northern Ireland after a knife attack that left the victim with multiple injuries, including losing an eye. Video of the stabbing shared online. The blurring was not added by NBC News. The man under arrest, originally from Sudan, claimed asylum in the UK in 2023, according to police in Belfast. The attack comes amid escalating tension over immigration across Europe. Elon Musk writing on X this week, only by protesting repeatedly and loudly will there be any change.
Are you f***ing serious? Are you looking at the same thing that I am? Are you actually serious? I want you to have a look and have a read at what Elon Musk had to say with regards to the Belfast riots and everything happening in Belfast right now. Mind you, though, the pro-Palestinian activists who are in their 60s, who are sitting on the floor in Parliament Square in London, they were demonized and branded as terrorists. However, the likes of Elon Musk, who is quite literally trying to incite division and hate more so than there already is, he's deemed as what? He's not branded as the same brush? How absolutely insane. What reality are we living in? We are living in hell. Genuinely try and convince me otherwise. We are living in hell. No wonder the government had to ban certain individuals akin to Elon Musk, far-right nut jobs, from entering the country later on this year because they were planning on it. They were literally planning to come to incite even more division and hate.
By the way, not banned from the UK. Not banned from the UK, by the way. How interesting. Elon Musk could travel to the UK right now, tomorrow, and no one would say a goddamn word. I, on the other hand, am banned from the United Kingdom. Elon Musk is not. Think about that.
When you're a near trillionaire, they'll let you do it. They'll let you do it. That's not enough. This happened this morning.
This is a record-shattering day on Wall Street. SpaceX becoming the most valuable company ever to go public, making its founder, Elon Musk, the world's first trillionaire. Musk's rocket company, valued in its initial public offering at around $1.8 trillion, that would immediately put it in the list of the most valuable companies in the world, alongside chipmaker Nvidia, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. In its IPO filing, SpaceX says its goals include establishing a permanent colony on Mars with 1 million people, launching AI data centers in space, mining asteroids. The company isn't turning a profit and acknowledges that these goals might not be achievable. And some big name investors are skeptical, but major banks and also retail investors have been clamoring to own shares of SpaceX as a way to bet on Elon Musk. Now, keep in mind, there are new rules on stock exchanges that make it easier for public companies to be added to index funds. What that means, if you got a 401k or retirement account, you could very soon own SpaceX without even realizing it.
You know how they used to say, don't, if you're lucky enough to have one, don't look at your 401k. Just leave it. It'll be there. Look at your 401k. Look what it's investing in, because this whole thing is a joke. Only it's a very expensive one. It's going to hurt a lot of people.
Listen, people that have 401ks, you invest in this, right? Don't get it wrong. Just because you have a company or a state or a pension company, whatever, that invest in things, right? That doesn't mean they don't make mistakes sometimes. A lot of pensions, okay, I think they resolved the issue in Denmark, but a lot of pension companies in Denmark had invested in the, like U.S. housing market. A lot of companies around the world, pension companies in the West, invest in the U.S., but they've been pulling this shit back, And since this last round of Trump and this crazy shit, they've been pulling back even more, because the way the economies are tied together, a trade war means you actually have to have more than just a tariff war. You got to have a retraction of your money and investment into other places in the world that brings a return. That's what that means on the ground. So a lot of Americans don't realize this. It's not just about the tariffs, somebody doing that. No, once Trump initiated this tariff bullshit, companies had to pull their money out and invest it in other places so they could go to war again. So they could now put tariffs on you. What's the point in putting tariffs on things that you're invested in? You see, so that's what they did. And I don't know what Trump was thinking, like they wouldn't be able to pull out their investments. They did, because other countries, think about this. The EU has 450 million people. 450 million people in an economy, in a moving, booming economy, matched up against 350 million is strong. So the EU has people power. The United States only has 100 million people less paying into everything, operating, just all of it, its entire economy. So although the economy on the top is like a, straight up, it's not wide. In Europe, the economy is like this. It's like it's very wide. The U.S. is like this. It's not wide at all. It doesn't cover. Its base doesn't cover. Most of the wealth is concentrated into a thin line, not a broad mass of people. In the EU, it's the opposite. Yeah, you have a line. You got a pyramid at the top. The closer you get to the top, the smaller it gets, but it's wider. It's a wider pyramid. It's covering. Its base is much bigger. You see what I mean? So when they did this shit, it initiated a domino effect. But go ahead. You wanted to say something, Mike?
Yeah, no. This is what I had mentioned, before in prior chats. Once a company like SpaceX reaches the S&P. The S&P is an index, right, of the top companies listed, and that is what most 401ks are invested in, right? They are invested in indexes, right? And indexes are groups, right? Groups of companies that make up, a certain sector, right? And so the S&P is the top 500 performing companies in the stock market. And most, if not all, 401ks are invested heavily into the S&P. And it's also what keeps our stock market propagated. It is also allowed for our stock market to have that disconnect from the actual everyday economy, right? Because you can work and be living paycheck to paycheck, but so long as you're contributing to your 401k, that is keeping the liquidity of the market active, right? So whether you can't afford your home, whether you can't afford your apartment, whether you can't afford food, that those, if you're invested obviously in a 401k, that money is already coming out of your paycheck and going to the disconnect of the stock market between our actual economy. right? And so that's why when we see stock markets at an all-time high, that's disconnected from what we're feeling in reality, right?
Yeah, the average person is
And
not really invested in it. So, right?
yeah, no, if I'm not mistaken, about 40% of Americans aren't invested in the stock market. You know, and even if you are invested in the stock market, you are unknowingly participating, and validly, right? Because a 401k is a retirement plan, nonetheless, right?
Yeah, it's
and
valid.
so, it's just that when we start having market manipulation, like Musk's SpaceX reaching the market when it's not supposed to, based off its numbers, it is not supposed to.
People
right?
are crazy. Like, it just is. And yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
More recently, and I don't know if you want to pull that one up, but more recently, we changed the stock market rules that allowed for SpaceX. Yes.
Yeah, they just said it. She just said that though. She just said that. Yeah, she just mentioned that. That's
Just changed it.
yeah. So normally under
profitability.
Yeah. Go ahead.
To 3 months. No,
Exactly.
I went from 6 months profitability to 3 months.
Exactly.
Just so they can get SpaceX listed
To
and
grift.
publicly optioned.
To grift. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, because it's just like the crypto coin. The problem that we talked about this before. The problem with SpaceX is that its number one buyer is the American government. It's the taxpayer, right? So the taxpayer is fueling this, right? But Elon Musk again interfered. He actually I think filed out, or was he convicted? He lost a civil case in what state for fraud? Meddling in the elections in the U.S.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
And it's a southern state. It's
a southern state. So this is where your problem is. You have something like SpaceX, right? Or you even have the same issue with Tesla, right? Where you have one of its active board members, right? Or owners, pretty much CEOs, and doing things that a government cannot allow. So that, right now the U.S. is buying SpaceX products. But what happens when the next administration comes in? What's going to happen then? And on top of it, it relies on the Congress funding it. SpaceX does. So the success of SpaceX is purely political. It's purely political. Have you been to Mars lately? I mean, what happened to all that money? Have people still been to Mars yet? I mean, who's on Mars? Think about all the money your tax dollars went to and what you get for it. And this is what is propping up SpaceX. Is not productivity. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck? And so obviously it's going to come to an end at some point. It could come to an end at this midterm election, because if it is not funded, and Congress has the purse, if it's not funded, you're never going to get that money back. So Elon Musk knows that. The big whales in the stock market, the ones that are putting $1 million, $10 million into, maybe 20 million into SpaceX, they know they're cashing out. They know they're cashing out very soon. They're not wait. So the people that are investing thinking SpaceX is going to grow forever, man, your money is already lost, because these whales are going to, once you put your money in, they're going to leave and with your money. And when they leave, the value of their stock is going to plummet, and you ain't never going to get the value that you bought in back. If you wanted to make money on SpaceX, you needed to buy the first, second day. Drop it. You know what I mean? Like, you need to be a day trader at this point. There's no long-term investment, only day traders, meaning buy in, buy out at the end of the day. That's a lot of work. Now, if you want to go down that route, you can make money in any stock. It ain't just SpaceX you got to talk up. Any stock, a loser stock you can still make money on if you want to be a day trader. But if you're investing your shit for long term,
you can also lose a lot more money as well.
Right? Yeah.
You can also lose that money in the blink of an eye doing day trading.
Yeah, you could lose a lot of money doing day trading, and you got more fees with all the interactions, buying in, buying out, cashing out, cashing in. You got a lot of things there. So let's not talk it up like day trading is so special. Like, oh, whoop-de-doo, SpaceX, man. No, that's just day trading. Now long term is what you want to talk about with the average person. Alternative to their cash, alternative to their savings. Some stocks, right? It's something to complement the savings. Some long-term stocks. Those are the ones, you could put your money in and sit back and, like in some time, in 20 years, it's going to be worth a lot more because it's stable, it's legal. It actually is something people really want to buy, not something that's initiated by Congress saying that you have to buy. Because as soon as Congress is, taken over by another party, they will say, no, we don't want this product anymore. We want a different product. Why? Because this CEO engaged in activities that affect the sovereignty of our country, right? In multiple ways, So, yeah, I would be cautious. Now, check this out. Here's some more. I'm going to flip back to this one, but look at this. Let's go straight to the IPO now, since we heard a little about his comments and his post interfering in elections, calling for riots, basically.
The stock market staged a dramatic recovery today. I'm going to tell you why. The Dow surged 1,000 points after the president said the U.S. could soon sign a deal with Iran, but we don't really know where or how, and there's no details. Investors are also gearing up for the debut of SpaceX on the NASDAQ tomorrow, which just set the record for the world's largest IPO, raising $75 billion. That is a massive number, but I'm focused on an even bigger one, $1 trillion. Elon Musk is set to become the world's first trillionaire. Do you see I'm tongue-tied just saying it when SpaceX goes public? If he were a country, he would be the 22nd largest economy, just behind Poland and ahead of Taiwan. But here's the thing. Despite all of the hype and all of the promises, the actual financials do not add up to actual profit. SpaceX has recorded $13 billion worth of losses since the beginning of 2023. That is according to recent filings. In the first 3 months of this year alone, it lost nearly $4.5 billion. Morningstar analysts believe it is worth less than half of its massive $1.75 trillion IPO target. And if you do not like how Musk does his business, well, then tough nuts, kids, because after this IPO, he is expected to retain about 82% of the company's voting rights. Thousands of current and former SpaceX employees will.
So that right there, it tells you this. That puts Elon Musk in a special place. That makes him a hazard to democracy, a hazard to sovereignty of the United States. It makes him, just basically, it makes SpaceX and his businesses problems for politicians, for political parties, for people, the sovereignty, your freedom. His companies essentially are a problem for your freedom. So you got to ask yourself, is this a good investment? Is it a good investment? A person that wants to take over your country and own all of it, is that a good? Would you invest in his country, in his company? Do you think he can do it? You think he'll succeed? Because that's essentially what the money is all about. People are betting on whether he can successfully control the United States of America or he's going to be exiled. That's what the investments are all about now. Because nobody is going to continue to fund someone that doesn't care about the sovereignty of the country, right? Someone who is undermining elections, right? Someone who's probably lining people's pockets to, promoting. What did he do? He committed fraud. Let me look this up. Elon Musk. Let me just get this at the front. Did Elon Musk commit election fraud? Yeah, he lost the civil case.
Election interference.
Let me see here. His heavy involvement in the 2024 election sparked intense legal scrutiny, warnings from the federal and government, and ongoing civil lawsuits regarding his methods. The controversy surrounds his pro-Trump Political Action Committee, America PAC. All right, let me pull this up so y'all can see what I'm reading from also, right? The controversy primarily surrounds his pro-political Action Committee, American PAC, and highly publicized financial giveaways. 1 million a day swing state giveaway. Okay. So, right. And in October 2024, Musk announced that America PAC would randomly give away 1 million every day until the election to register voters in key swing states who signed a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments. Okay. Freedom. It's so funny because Trump is totally against that now. Right. So can't show up to a rally with a gun. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're a Trump supporter, and you want to invade the Capitol building, right? Department of Justice warnings. U.S. DOJ sent a warning letter to America PAC noting that the federal law strictly prohibits paying or offering to pay individuals to register to vote or to cast a ballot. The Philadelphia District Attorney lawsuit. Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner sued Musk in late 2024, calling the giveaways an illegal lottery and the grift designed to scam voters out of their personal information. The spokesperson. So these are civil cases. Spokesperson pivot to the legal outcomes. During the court hearings just before Election Day, Musk attorneys successfully avoided the illegal lottery label by making a surprise admission. The winners were not actually chosen by chance. Instead, the PAC's lawyers revealed that the winners were pre-screened and specifically handpicked based on their personalities and social media presence to serve as a paid spokesperson for the PAC. It's a scam. I don't know how this makes it not fraud. It's like admitting to fraud. What is this? The point was to interfere in the election. It was right. It's to have an effect on the outcome of the election. So what is this, bro? Go ahead.
The illusion, even the fact that it's still not considered fraud, but even the illusion that anyone had the opportunity to win and drove people to register to vote and then vote for Trump should be election interference, period.
I mean,
right?
It sounds like he just admitted to textbook election interference. Look, the winners were not actually chosen by chance, and they weren't chosen by chance. But it says down here, look at what it was designed to do. Specifically handpicked based on their personalities and social media presence to serve as a paid spokespeople for the PAC. Because it was technically a job contract for a spokesperson rather than a random game of chance, but the political PAC supported Trump.
Yep.
So, and they got people to register. So what are they talking about? To me, this is admitting, right? I don't know if that's finished. The litigation is finished on that. Current civil lawsuits. While Musk avoided criminal election fraud charges, the admission that the giveaway wasn't random opened the door to a different kind of legal trouble, right? Civil fraud, exactly. So he made this excuse to avoid criminal charges. He's going to lose the civil suit. That's basically what it is.
No, he will, yeah.
Right.
He definitely will.
So, so he took one loss to avoid the criminal part. And American people need to know this. Trump supporters need to know this. Musk supporters need to know this. SpaceX people that are investing in SpaceX, you need to know this. This is what's going on. And you got to ask yourself, are there going to be political consequences to your investment? To your investment in SpaceX? I'm here to guarantee you that there definitely will be, because people will be fucking outraged if this man with 3 citizenships, 3 passports, Elon Musk, the man who raided who designed or put together or managed Doge to get private information. That's also sovereignty, issues of sovereignty right there. And what's he going to do with that? What was that information? That's also civil violations, right? But let me see here. Is it criminal? Doge criminally do or civilly? Let me see here. Yeah, because people need to be aware of this. This is why your product, Elon Musk, is anything he puts his hands on. Yeah, it might go up super duper, but it's going to crash super duper too. Look, Doge and Musk are currently facing a massive, unprecedented wave of civil lawsuits, constitutional challenges, and federal injunctions because Doge operated at breakneck speed to dismantle federal functions. Civil rights groups, labor unions, state attorney generals have flooded the courts, alleging that its methods were deeply illegal. Legal actions against Doge must break down into major categories. Constitutional violations. That's grave. Okay. The most significant threat to Doge's legacy, is a major multi-state lawsuit led by a coalition of nonprofits and 14 14 states attorney generals. The allegation: the U.S. Constitution requires principal officers of the government, like cabinet secretaries, to be appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. Musk was never confirmed by the Senate, yet lawsuits argue he was legally exercising executive level powers. They're going to lose that. Evidence. Plaintiffs have used Musk's own posts on X, and again, this is another company which has failed, by the way. His investments, if you invested in X, you lost your money after day one. It went up, yeah, just like it's going up with SpaceX. After the first week, once this thing cools down, it's cooling down forever. The evidence: plaintiffs have used Musk's own posts on X, where he publicly declared agencies like USAID dead and unilaterally ordered the cancellation of 1,400 national endowments for humanities grants to prove he was illegally calling the shots. Right. There you have it. Stakes. Federal Judge Tanya Chutkan allowed the lawsuit to proceed. Nothing if the plaintiffs win. Okay. The court could completely vacate and reverse every single cut policy made. Right. And termination Musk initiated. Right. So then there's the Privacy Act. Damn. Look at this. Social Security data. They got people's Social Security data for what? Is it for election fraud or is it for something else, right? Several major, is it to sell to other companies, right? Several major federal unions, including AFSCME and the ATF and the AFT and the Electronics Frontier Foundation, EFF, sued over Doge's aggressively handling the citizens' data. The breach. In every court filing, the Department of Justice admitted that Doge operatives unlawfully accessed internal Social Security Administration and Treasury systems, bypassed data safeguards, and improperly transferred sensitive personal data, including bank routing and Social Security numbers, onto non-governmental services. Do you know what can be done to fuck with the rest of your life with this information? Yep. Like, no accountability. They could give it to anyone. They could give it to any mafia, any foreign government across the globe.
Well, if we think that it hasn't already been done, we don't know if that information is now can be copied, right, and pushed on to whoever. We don't know. Like, we just don't know. There's no follow-up to that. We know there was on a foreign server. We don't know if that information was given openly to another business that he's tied with, right? Another, shell company that he owns but doesn't own directly, right? And can continue to influence not only the elections, but to see how much of because what the next argument with that information, what's going to happen, especially with Social Security, is they're going to remember Mike Johnson already said they have to cut Social Security. These aren't all things that these are things that all are conjoined. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you have Mike Johnson already speaking on Social Security, what's happening is they're going to use that data, bank routing, all that to and show the fact that they are on Medicare and what medical procedures to show how expensive it is and write the narrative that we need to get rid of it. Right? That's going to help bolster the narrative that we need to get rid of it because look, it's so expensive when they're not going to talk about the fact that we're paying into this. Right. We are paid into this we are taxed.
We're the ones financing it.
Yes. It's not like anything else Congress gets to approve that our taxes get used for this. There's a separate Social Security tax that goes along with being a citizen in America. We already pay into this tax, but they'll have you believe otherwise, right? They'll have you believe that it's such a burden that we shouldn't be funding it, right? And it's going to go to the narrative and the information that they've already collected to say, we spend, I don't know, let's give an arbitrary number, $2 million a year on this person who's on Social Security and leave out the fact that we pay those taxes already as a separate tax, right?
Right.
When that's why it's called an entitlement. It's already been paid into. That's why it's called entitlement.
It's crazy, bro. It's so sad. People are paying for their own fleecing right now. They're paying literally to remove money out of their pockets and give it to the wealthy, and then you will be punished for it, and you will have to pay the punishment fee too. That is insane. Yep. That's insane. People don't, far too many Americans don't get it yet. Their kids will be paying for this theft seriously, and not just in one way, in multiple ways, paying for it. Like,
yep. They essentially won't even be able to retire, right?
Yo, they're talking about, even if they can retire, they're going to remove the other things you already paid for. Social Security, remove all kinds of other. You won't have anything. Your retirement won't cut it. That's the point. You know what? Your retirement will be dwindled. Yep. Exactly.
They don't want you to retire, right? Like they want the illusion of retirement.
They want you to work to die.
Yeah,
yeah, bro. It's crazy.
And it's all a part of 2025's plan. It's the reason why they implemented work initiatives, right? Work initiatives when it comes to SNAP and any social welfare program you are entitled to. Now you have to work a minimum, even if you have, certain medical disabilities that aren't fully declared disabled. And if you were to now declare disabled and apply for disability, there's a record high of denials because they've already and wait list. They've already cut a third of the Social Security staff. So now when you're going through the application process, you could wait anywhere to 2 to 4 years before you even get a reply. And that reply is most likely going to be a denial, right? So it's all by design, right? And it's the reason why they implemented Doge, right? Doge now made those cuts, and now they directly affect and disproportionately affect the individuals who are disabled, right? Our most vulnerable when we talk about our population, our elderly and our disabled.
Man. So sad, bro.
Rightfully, purposefully, right? Purposefully, because they see them as a burden, not as any potential contributors. When most stats show that when we help our elderly and disabled, and we don't hold them to more accountability when it comes to just even basic working, they pick up that responsibility on their own. They don't want to just be home making the bare minimum, right? If they can collect benefits and now go work a job while collecting benefits and still paying tax dollars, that's what they would prefer to do, right? MAGA would have you believe different. And you just have a bunch of people who don't want to work and want to make the minimum possible and live in poverty just because they want some sort of benefit. Not that they're elderly and not that they're disabled, so it makes it difficult for them to work on a consistent basis. No, they don't want that. They rather that elderly person and that disabled person
dignity. They're dignified.
Lose their housing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. They rather have them lose their housing and have undignified circumstances when they work their whole life. Yeah, or are deserving for any other reason. The fact that you exist. Come on. Now look at this. Jazzy Music says they want to privatize SS Social Security, then bankrupt it. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's the same thing with the the
privatization is the 401k. That's the privatization right there. That's privatizing your retirement 401k, and the 401k is exactly tied into the market.
But the Social Security is they're intertwined somehow. It depends on how you manage the money, right? But Social Security is considered the public side though. And then the 401k, that's considered the private side, essentially, right?
But that's what I'm saying. They want to eliminate that as a benefit and force you into continuing a 401k, which is directly tied to a market.
And it's your money, right? It's your money, so they want you to trust your money with corporations, all of it, not just parts of it, not just a percentage of it. Now it's all trust all your money to the corporations. Trust the corporations for all your information, all your money that you earn, all your savings, just every single thing. You will be the product of a corporation in the United States of America. That's dangerous. There's no public housing, no public savings, right? No public any education, no public transport, no social safety net at all. That you pay into that's guaranteed. So in other words, the value that you get as 350 million Americans, it is only value meant to translate over to corporations, not to the better good of the society, not to the communities of the United States of America, to the corporations. They have usurped that, and Americans better wake up, bro. Americans better wake up fast, because they will have to pay. Like when you try to go backwards, you have to, just to get back to ground zero, you got to pay to get back to ground zero. Pay the price,
and you're gonna have to pay a lot more,
and you're gonna have to pay a penalty fee because you went backwards illegally. So someone has to pay for the crimes, the fraud too, and that's the American people. Even if it wasn't done in your name, even if you didn't support it, you will have to pay for the crimes of Doge. You will have to pay for the crimes of this Trump administration. Yeah, did you know that? That is crazy. That is crazy, and a lot of these people, they don't get it, man. They don't get it.
No, they don't. They don't. I mean, and that's where I speak to every progressive. Be informative. To be a progressive is to be an educator. Have these conversations. Explain to the individuals who just don't understand. Because I truly believe people don't understand. They don't understand the nuances in policies and why certain policies and things are being done with this current administration. And it's the reason why, to someone who's not educated, and again, it doesn't even mean in the colloquial sense. We're not talking about a college education, but we're talking about informative on a legislation level and how it works in general to disenfranchise you and the current policies that are working to disenfranchise you. So like we just even mentioned, you eliminate Social Security because now you want all of that money to now go into a 401k that is purposely focused and strategically meant to support corporations, right? So if tomorrow our corporations, God forbid, we have another housing crisis or another major impact like COVID, you are going to be delayed years, tens of years, in order to retire, because it'll take that long for the market to recover for you to be able to retire, essentially. And that could mean life and death. You may not be able to wait a couple years to retire, right?
Yeah.
You may not be able to wait, 10 years additional at 7 years old.
Right. Everyone's
or 80
not
years
able
old.
to. Everyone's not able to. Right. It's true. People are different. But the bottom line is that it's built into the system. So the moment you have one job, you pay into that system. So you should, the moment you earn, 10 legitimate dollars that you pay taxes on, it goes into that system from the moment you start earning money in the United States. That some people at 6 years old, other people is 20, 18, some people is 25, some people is 30, right? And some people it's not just when they start, they may work and then due to an illness not be able to work for a while and then go back to work. It looks different, right? But that's the whole point in having it, because these people you still have to interact with every day of the week. So what about their welfare too?
Part of society. Yep.
Right. You don't want to increase homelessness. You don't want to increase you don't want to increase homelessness, essentially. You don't want to increase poverty. You don't want to increase crime. You don't want to, because kicking people out on the street it will increase crime. It will be you will see the increases in crime.
Poverty is the mother of crime.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, exactly. And but let's hear some more what they're saying about this. I mean, I just think it's such a scam on the American people. Like, just what is going on here? The fact that our money, our tax dollars, is so tied up into someone else's private business. Like, biggest mistake you could ever make for the sovereignty and safety and security of any people of any country. Straight up. The rule should have been the opposite. It shouldn't be these people are trying to play like they're kings. It should be the people tell them what their role is in the society. It's the people's society. It's not one or two people's. It's not Elon Musk society. He doesn't own it, but they have created a lane for people like this. It's so corrupt. That's how corrupt the U.S. is right now. It's at its most corrupt that any American has experienced. No American has experienced worse corruption than this ever. Like, it's just crazy.
Millionaires tomorrow when this puppy goes public. But they and we will be very wise to remember.
Well, it went public, so now they're going to see the people are going to have to see the downside. So let's see here.
Little bad news for all of the SpaceX investors that just apparently made the company's IPO the largest in history for some reason that will never, ever make any sense to me. They're potentially going to have to be dealing with some pretty big lawsuits, and it's all Elon Musk's fault. So there's a number of ways that we could intro these lawsuits and how it ties to the IPO, but I think this is the best one. Take a look.
This inflatable Elon Musk popped up in Times Square, and it's unclear who's behind it. The blow-up obviously shows a shirtless Musk with tattoos of himself and a heart that says ketamine, and it's surrounded by signs that say things like SpaceX owns Grok, and Grok makes AI child porn.
I love statues and stuff like that, but I do think that you should try to make it look realistic, and he has never been that sexy in real life, so not a big fan of that particular statue.
Just got a chubby from Macy's parade float.
It's raised some concerns right there. Yeah, Grok did produce child sexual abuse material, and Elon Musk made money off of it, and he told people it wasn't a big deal, and he fired the people that raised concerns about it, and that's just one of the things that new SpaceX investors now could potentially be on the line for, because again, for some reason that will never make sense to me, SpaceX owns XAI, even though it's a rocket company, that's an AI company, and XAI for some reason owns Twitter too. There are actually reasons for this. It's hiding the fact that Twitter
grifting. The American people are being fleeced by this man. They are being fleeced, and your intellect is being challenged while you're being fleeced. Like, because it's to say, yo, are you stupid? Like, your freedom is literally on the line. Your freedom is literally on the line dealing with these kind of people. Specifically, not only Elon Musk, but he's a perfect example of a person that wants to drive you into slavery. Literally into slavery. So I don't understand it, and you're paying for it. You're paying for yourself to be put in slavery. You just don't realize it. They're making the bars, they're making the chains, they're making all the mechanisms, all the things that are going to, how can I say this? Implement the slavery, right? They're creating all the lanes, right, to do it. And once it's done, you reversing it, you may as well just say fuck it. It's too. Why would you want to reverse it when you can just stop it? It's much cheaper to stop it. It's much more expensive to reverse it. Stopping it is where you want to put your investment in. If you let this shit continue, I hate to say this, but you should appreciate democracy way more than you do. That's what that will be a sign of, that the American people do not appreciate democracy. Like, if you do not stop this man, scrap him, get rid of him, you are showing that you don't care about your own freedom in a democracy.
Twitter loses tons of money. It's hiding the fact that XAI loses tons of money. And when you put that in with SpaceX, you're now putting a drag on SpaceX, which is actually one of the Elon Musk companies that made at least some money, not enough to be valued at anything like $1.7 trillion, to be clear, but it was at least something. So now we have potential lawsuits. So here's one. 3 teen girls in California recently sued Musk for allegedly allowing a Grok user to non-consensually alter their photos and videos to generate nude and sexualized images of them. Lawyers for the girls say the chatbot's ability to sexually alter images and video was created to increase use of the chatbot and of Musk's social network X as well. And there is simply no disputing that. Elon Musk was warned about all of this, but he wanted people to give him money, and so he allowed them to do dangerous things that infringed on people's rights, that committed actual crimes. And because Grok was a party to that and Twitter was a party to that, SpaceX now owns all of that. And so we've talked about a lot of this before. You could watch the past channels on our network, but now we're talking about the IPO. So here's the insane thing we're dealing with right now. SpaceX confirmed its IPO price was set at $135 a share, and that it would sell more than 555 million shares, which means that it would raise about $75 billion, putting its valuation at $1.77 trillion, which would shatter the previous Saudi Aramco IPO. It's far beyond that. And it proves one thing. You can just write down any number you want, it turns out. You could just say anything. And some people, I guess, will believe it because they apparently think they're going to find a way to make some money off of this before the entire thing crashes, which it's going to do because SpaceX is not worth $1.77 trillion. It makes some money.
You have to be insane to think it is. And then just think about this. For it to be worth that much, half the population of Earth must be in slavery. For it to increase, be sustainable, have a sustainable growth, even more than half would have to go into slavery. You understand this, right? So just start getting to it. Because it actually means that, like, you know how much money you're talking about? This dude they're claiming to have more money than sovereign nations. You see what I'm saying? Like most sovereign nations. So you have to understand that this is not sustainable. And it's not even worth the numbers that they're claiming. If you do not cash out, it's going to bottom out and it's going to crash soon. It's not a matter of days. Yeah, it is a matter of days, maybe a week, something like that, 2 weeks. But once it starts going down, it depends on how much you bought in. I know for a fact nobody in this chat bought any of this on the first day. You're not in that group. You're not in the $33 group, the $50 group. No, that's not you. I'm pretty sure. Put a 1 in the chat if you happen to be one of those people. But it doesn't even matter because if you only bought one share of 50 times 3, 50 times 4, man, that still puts you down there in the poverty section. That's that's only $200. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, so let me add another aspect to this. You may have bought 1 share or 2 shares, but you ain't buy $1 million worth. You ain't got $1 million if you hear. So you should not be capped. Maybe you got $1 million. Maybe you got $1 million. I should stop saying that. Some people have some money, but none of the trolls have any money, first of all. So they should just stop capping for this. But the logic behind it, Michael, can this shit continue to grow? I mean, what is it? What does it mean for freedom? What does it mean for freedom?
Well, I mean, it means freedom is only an option when you are wealthy, right? Even buying in early in a thing like SpaceX, right? I mean, when we look at it, who does it disproportionately affect? When we look at what someone to invest early into it, like super early before it goes public, because those are the real winners, right? Those are the real winners.
Yeah. Before it goes public.
Exactly. Those were the real winners. And those consist of the top 10% of individuals.
Yeah.
Right? If I'm not mistaken, in order to invest,
everyone else is just giving them their own money now.
Yeah.
That's
they're just tying it more into the market. That's what they're doing. Right? They're solidifying it more as a viable option when we know it's not. Right? When it's not profitable. We have access. Now that it's a public trading company, we have access to their financials. We know it's not profitable.
To make them more rich. Exactly.
We still invest in it, right? And so this goes back to what I was saying before, right? The more it becomes invested in, the more it becomes tied to major indexes.
Right.
And your 401k, regardless of whether you're passive or aggressive, is tied to indexes. You can look this up. Your 401k is tied to major indexes because that is the most safest way that they can diversify your investment. Indexes, right? Investing in a group of companies versus individual stock picking, right? Your 401k is tied into indexes. The more a company like SpaceX gains leverage without the credibility of profitability, it will crash. Right? Once the well runs dry and everybody realizes, hey, year over year, you brought nothing, your investors start seeing that. Your major investors start seeing that. And they say, before I take a loss, let me pull out. And that is when the price drops.
Right. Yep.
And it's solely dependent on his popularity. It is not, clearly, it's not based on the finances. It's based on the popularity. It's the reason why he's the CEO and marketer of his companies, right? So as long as he's popular, these companies people will just buy in by default, which is sad, right?
Yeah, and it is sad. It's sad because this is not, I mean, to me, like you said, you're not one of the people that were able to buy in before it went public. So you don't have any of that, right? You're on the second wave, right? The people that are allowed to bolster up the original people's investment. That's what you're doing, and you're hoping to get in there and hoping that it's sustainable so you can make some money. Or if you're a day trader, you're hoping to buy in one day and then sell out the next. Now, like a lot of people bought in maybe at maybe 100, something like that, and then you could sell out at 200 maybe, right? When it gets to 200, or you can make $70 on 100. That's still okay if you put in $10,000, right? $20,000 in it, you still $100,000. That's great, right? It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to double or triple anything, for that to be great. It could less than double, and it would be great, right? Depending on how much money you invest. But the thing is that gets me here is that you're still
look.
Yeah, go ahead.
B, I want you to look up what qualifications do you need to invest early into a company or a startup. When you see those qualifications, then you will understand why it is the 1%, the 10 to 1% of individuals who hoard wealth, who have access and benefit the most from something like this by investing as a startup or as a private company before it goes public.
Yeah, you talking about seed money. You need the seed money. You need about 200 to 300,000, something like that.
There we go.
Right.
Yes.
Minimum.
So you need an annual income,
Right.
not even just the cash on hand.
Yeah.
Right, because otherwise people will be leveraging and refinancing their homes and taking part of that to invest into startups, right? To be able to gain access early.
Yeah, exactly. And the net worth value of that 200 or 300,000 would be $1 million. Really, the net worth. You see what I mean? So yeah. So it's not just so simple. So
you need it. So on top of making annually a minimum of $200,000 to $300,000 a year, you need to have $1 million net assets, right? Or net income. You already have to have $1 million already in a bank account, right? On top of making $200,000 to $300,000 a year annually, right?
Yep. So you're just making Elon Musk and the others that gave the seed money. You're just making them rich. Basically, you're not. It's guaranteed. That's the first thing you're doing. Yeah, and so if they don't manage the company well and it flops, then you're not doing well for your investors, right?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it turns out to be. But all right. So let's hear some more here. Let's hear some more about what's going on with this company.
It is not going to make 400 times more money in 4 years, which is what Elon Musk is telling people. And he's told them a lot of other things that we also need to contend with that have been mentioned on the show, but they are timely right now. So some figures on Wall Street have some of the things that he has put out have spooked some investors, causing skeptics to say that SpaceX is overvalued. They noted that Mr. Musk has a history of overpromising and questioned whether SpaceX's goals of launching AI data centers into orbit or establishing factories on the moon are feasible. I can tell you they're not. They're not going to do either of those things. They're not going to do factories on the moon. And if they launch even one AI data center, it will be to be able to say that they technically did it. It makes no sense whatsoever to put data centers in space. It would be wildly expensive. And the two main things that data centers need, which is boundless energy and the ability to vent the nuclear bomb levels of heat that they produce, are infinitely harder in space. You would need massive solar panels. You would need massive radiators. And getting all of that stuff into orbit would be the most expensive thing that humanity has ever done times 100.
Yo, exactly. It's amazing that a lot of people don't get this. But I think there must be, maybe there's some troll action in the chat. I opened the chat back up. So there's some believers you got here. But here's the thing. I saw somebody say, you didn't hear the 20%, uptick, excuse me, dude. I'm always looking for 20, minimum 20. When I'm investing, man, I'm investing earlier than that. I'm investing in key points where the value is going to double or triple, not 20%. Like, what is this? Yeah, okay, 20%. But imagine what the people got from the beginning. 30, they got double, triple, quadruple their money already, right?
Exactly.
What the fuck? Even if you bought in on day one, you've quadrupled your money pretty much, or tripled it at least, right? And if you were one of the seed people, it's even way greater than that. Yeah, you're just making them rich. So there's plenty on the stock market that doubles and triples every day. This is 20% ain't nothing. So you can, but in any case, you want to say something about that, Mike? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, that person doesn't understand what access to wealth and wealth inequality means, right? Like, they just don't understand. Like, yeah, if you are speaking from a perspective of 20%, I hope you invested $200,000 to make a sizable income.
And even more.
$20 isn't going to cut it.
$20 ain't gonna cut it, bro. You're gonna have some fees in there somewhere. Yeah, you're gonna need to throw it. Just exactly, bro. And I'm just like, what is this?
You invested tens of thousands of dollars to even see something worth even saying something. But ask that person how much they invested and what was their profitability. Because I promise you, they didn't even invest in the company.
I don't think they invested in the company. This is Chris Burkler. Look,
and champion the nonsense.
This is crazy.
How much you made? You're talking about the profitability of SpaceX. How much did you make personally when you invested?
It's on the screen. Chris Burkhart 2370, probably not a real person, wrote, so you missed the 20% today was just is what you're saying? No, I read it and was like, nothing. I'm actually the stocks I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about 20%, baby. I'm telling you, and the ones that I'm moving around is like, I'm definitely not talking about 20%. I'm talking about double or triple, baby.
Look,
like, come on, what you talking about, man? What is this guy?
We can pull up Tesla that had great numbers in the beginning, and they have historically dropped. Right?
We pulled that up yesterday. Yeah. There's no money, but SpaceX. SpaceX's customer is the United States. It's not making money. It's not making money. Profitable. Right? What are they talking about? It's like, and so what they did was they took a company and took it public because now they want to get investors so they can invest in other shit.
Off of hype.
Right. And you know what that investment is going to turn into? A big ass explosion on a launching pad. Because a lot of the investment into SpaceX that the American people pay into explode. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. And now they want to do more explosions? Like what the fuck? It's a grift, bro. It's a fucking grift. It is insanity. It is insanity. But they've turned, you know what they've done? They've turned in the stock market into the crypto market overnight. This is what Trump and them have done, bro.
Look at what Trump, you can pull up how Trump expanded 401ks to include alternative assets like crypto.
Yeah, exactly.
He literally put this into law. You can now diversify, quote unquote, your 401k into alternative assets like crypto.
Right.
And the reason for that is, again, to continue the siphoning of wealth from the middle class and the lower middle class, period.
The poor people to finance their extermination. Like, this is the middle class and the poor get to finance their extermination. This is insanity, bro. This is insanity. By
with a smile on their face.
Yeah, with a smile on their face, and trolls online to encourage them to say little smart ass things to make them think like, yeah, I better do this. Got a troll talking down to me. I don't want to be stupid. I better prove I ain't stupid. Let me give my money to SpaceX. What the fuck? Look at this. By replacing key financial regulators and working directly with Congress, the Trump administration explicitly dismantled the previous regulation by enforcement approach. They've gotten rid of all crypto regulation, pretty much. Crypto market, the Genius Act, stablecoin legislation. I mean, yeah, it's deep. Banning the CBDC, Trump permanently banned the Federal Reserve from creating a central bank digital currency. Or digital dollar, arguing it would lead to government surveillance over citizen spending. Like, what else?
Those doing? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And exactly. FinTech and banking integration. In 2026, Trump signed an executive order forcing federal banking regulators like the Fed and FDIC to allow traditional commerce banks to custody crypto, manage stablecoin reserves, and give crypto fintech firms direct access to the nation's payment infrastructure. This is a crime in the making. This is a crime in the making right here. Like a bigger crime.
He's doing it to delay people from having transparency, right? And so he can continue to siphon and put in policies that siphon our money the people before.
Poor people in middle class. Yeah, exactly. Because you don't have the poor and the middle class, when they invest in these things, they don't have the money to take somebody to court. They don't have the money to sustain a loss. So, it's like,
we're not going to even discuss the tariffs that are now getting rebates from the government is giving out rebates to these companies where we don't see this, even though we paid these companies the price difference on their goods that they rose due to tariffs.
Howard Lutnick, his family, he championed it.
Back.
Yep.
Yes, and he bought securities
fraud.
that were for having the refunds given. So he bought the rights to the refunds for some of these companies.
It's insane.
Right? Yeah. He's the beneficiary, right? He's the beneficiary. Mind you, he's the one who wrote into policy these tariffs. He's the one himself. Him.
Advocated for it. It's insane.
Yes.
Yeah, and now he's
knowing it would fail at the Supreme Court level, knowing it would get reversed. And he paid up front to these companies to buy their rights if they were to get reimbursement. So he's getting that
and now he's getting the reimbursement. The same guy who sold the law into action. That sold the executive order into action. He's the guy benefiting from the Supreme Court denying it. It's ultimate corruption. Yeah. Now check this out. On the as far as the stock market, right? It says here. It says Trump broader stock market. Trump focused on aggressively cutting regulations to boost corporate profits and ease.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and ease the burden on public companies. Technology neutral. Deregulation through a series of executive actions. Let me pull this up. Through a series of executive actions, Trump ordered a comprehensive review of all financial regulations to eliminate outdated regulatory burdens. The goal, they call it a burden, huh? It's really safety. The goal was to make a significantly easier and cheaper for companies to go public on the stock market. Exactly. That's why we're talking about SpaceX now. Bridges between Wall Street and crypto. By legalizing stablecoin and expanding bank custody rules, Trump effectively bridged the gap between the stock market and the crypto market. Traditionally, public companies like MicroStrategy and major Wall Street firms face far fewer disclosure hurdles when adding digital assets to their corporate balance sheets. In other words, it's just a fraud game. It's just a number game, man. This is crazy. The weaker incumbent protections. Trump financial policies actively target rules that protected massive incumbent legacy banks, opening the door to fewer fintech, digital assets, and tech-driven firms to compete directly on the stock exchange. Okay, that's also a byproduct.
It is. I mean, we're not going to even discuss the fact that he's killed consumer protections. Like he's almost virtually eliminated consumer protections. That you can look up as well. This is all public information. He almost eradicated consumer protections. So when we do wake up and realize, oh wait, we might have a case on our hands, guess how it's going to be near to impossible when we don't have the watchdogs of the consumer protections to even identify it, right?
Yeah, they're gone now. They're gone. So you basically, it just allows people with the most amount of money to commit more crimes. Financial crimes, essentially.
Yep.
It's actually just
when financial crimes disproportionately affect not the rich. Let's just say that.
Yeah, because we're the ones that have to pay for it. You know, we get robbed, and then if there's a byproduct of that, somehow the government is involved and didn't do what it was supposed to do, then who pays for that? The taxpayers too. So it's like and it sounds it's sad, bro. Let me see something here. There's one more thing I wanted to bring up about Elon Musk. I mean, how damaging. Again, this is the sovereignty of people's nations. Look at this. This is the kind of shit he's doing.
Elon Musk's XAI data centers have become such a massive and growing nuisance that they're now facing yet another lawsuit, urging an end to the constant noise as well as the payment of massive damages. So we've previously reported that they're being sued over the environmental damage they're doing and sickening these communities. But the noise itself is its own massive problem, and that's what this lawsuit is concerning. So here's a bit from the complaint. The presence of this noise is pervasive and inescapable, especially at night when other noises in the indoor and outdoor environment quiet. Residents must endure this noise at all hours of the day and night and have described it as being like a jet engine. So this has become a massive problem for communities across America. If you are lucky enough to not live in range of one of these, you might think, well, okay, it's a really big data center. They got all this stuff going, but how loud could it be? No, this isn't the noise of the data center. This is the noise of what's powering the data center, which is basically the jet engines that are being described. According to the complaint, the number of gas turbines at the South Haven site has grown from 3 to 18 to 27 to 57 turbines in less than a year. And they say the noise generated by the South Haven plant includes a combination of high-pitched squealing, continuous engine roaring, low-frequency rumbling, and a tonal humming or whining. That's just Elon Musk, I think, in the background. But it is a big problem. It's about to be bigger, though. So they've gotten to 57 turbines. They have obtained a permit to build 41 more turbines. They had 3 at one point to stop unpermitted air pollution from an illegal power plant at that exact same place, specifically at the Colossus 2 data center. Elon Musk is so cool with the names. Anyway, meanwhile, residents in New Jersey sued a local data center over noise complaints too. And so there's the pollution. There's also the noise. They're trying to effectively shut this down. Because bear in mind, in terms of the pollution, these are basically, these are methane burning turbine engines. So it is
methane burning turbine engines. Methane burning turbine engines. And they're complaining about goddamn wind energy. They're talking about what is it? what are the turbines that they use for the wind to create wind energy? Damn, I can't believe I'm forgetting the name of it. It's what's popularized in Denmark, actually. Wind turbines. Well, this ain't wind turbines. This is meth. This is meth. This is crazy. This is
well, it's a part of the elimination of the Green New Deal, right? It's the reason why he pulled back, to be able to get support from the major fossil fuel companies, because he wants to burn fossil fuels so he can make money, right? He can make money through intrinsic ties with them. He doesn't want Green New Deal, right? He said it's a waste of money.
Right.
It's a waste of our taxpaying dollars.
Right. Exactly. It is insane because he removed the what do they call it? They call these. Wait a second. It's not. It's what are they called? They're
renewable
called,
energy.
Huh?
Renewable energies?
Well, it's a friendly name for wind turbine. What are they called? What are those things that are called? You know, they turn around in the air. It's a friendly name for wind turbines. I forget the name. They're everywhere. They're everywhere in Denmark. They're everywhere in a lot of countries in Europe. But in any case, it's green energy, right? And Trump complained about windmills. Windmills, exactly. Trump complained about windmills hurting birds. Or some shit like this. And now he has methane turbines. Like that's better. That's 1 trillion times worse. That is 1 trillion times worse for the environment, for people. Talk about birds. It's worse for every living creature, you know? And this is what he pivoted to. And this is what's going on now. And listen, put a 1 in the chat if you like this kind of policy. If you're for meth turbines, put a 1 in the chat if you support that. If you're for wind turbines, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just curious about this, what people think, since the chat is open again. Now, don't get it twisted. I could close it up if you don't participate. So I'm expecting everybody in the chat to participate. Put a 1 in the chat if you're for this meth turbine shit, and put a 2 in the chat if you're totally against it, you know, if you're for a win. And don't put 3s. Only put the numbers I'm asking, because that means you ain't participating. All right, so let's go.
Instantly burning and polluting the area. And on the other hand, you get to produce non-consensual sexual images on Grok. So I guess that's the trade-off or whatever. Could they at least give the nearby residents free Grok or something? I doubt they even do that. Anyway, XAI didn't immediately respond to a request for comment because, Elon Musk doesn't care about the peasants or the damage he does to them. Its parent, SpaceX, is working to launch orbiting data centers, touting them as a more energy efficient and environmentally friendly alternative to terrestrial data centers. And I'm not an expert, and I don't have the time to break down why that's the dumbest possible idea. But I will say confidently, and bearing in mind that I've had bad predictions before, that is not going to happen. They don't think that is going to happen. That is a massive lie to build hype before SpaceX's IPO. I cannot stress the thermodynamic argument for why you would never want to launch data centers into orbit. It's literally the dumbest place that you could do it. So do not buy that hype. But anyway, just bear in mind before we close, there's so many lawsuits facing XAI. You have an engineer who raised alarms about Grok's safety that they then fired. This is Devin Kim. He had raised concerns about XAI's failure to prioritize safety in Grok's development, a product that has since come under fire because they didn't prioritize safety in its development. So he pointed out that Grok could foment discrimination and help spread misinformation or even accurate information about things like weapons of mass destruction, which, of course, they've done those things. Bear in mind, Grok has declared itself Mecha Hitler and also flooded Twitter with non-consensual sexual images of both regular people and celebrities. So Devin Kim sort of knew what he was talking about. He was fired for raising those concerns because Elon Musk doesn't actually care about any of this. The rest of the management doesn't. They believe that they're going to create digital Jesus or something, and damn the peasants that get damaged along the way. There's also, by the way, another new class action lawsuit against Grok saying that it's sharing user data and the full conversations you're having with third parties without your consent or knowledge, which is just about the most egregious violation of privacy that I can imagine. So that's all bad. But again, on the other hand, you have their stupid environmentally destructive technology that's accelerating.
So there you have it. I mean, they have moved to this. They've moved to this. Trump went from demeaning, right, wind turbines to promoting this crazy shit across the country. And look, this is what you got to understand how poisonous this is to people. You know, this is insane. But here, let's hear it again.
At the South Haven site has grown from 3 to 18 to 27 to 50. This is the noise of what's powering the data center, which is basically the jet engines that are being described. According to the complaint, the number of gas turbines at the South Haven site has grown from 3 to 18.
Gas turbines? Hold on.
Noise of the data center. This is the noise of what's powering the data center, which is basically the jet engines that are being described. According to the complaint, the number of gas turbines at the South Haven site has grown from 3 to 18 to 27 to 57 turbines in less than a year.
Why? What? See, this is, and listen, this is so terrible because it's kind of like even sick ass Elon Musk. You know, he's making money. It's almost like he believes in green energy only if he can be the king of it. Only if his green energy stuff is allowed on the market. It's almost like that because this is completely contradictory to, you know, to anything that's green energy. This is the exact opposite. I mean, who in their mind?
Well, remember, they don't believe in global warming, right? They do not believe. It's all a part of how they push the narrative, right? They don't believe in global warming. So what's the problem, quote unquote, with burning fossil fuels, right? And that limits the promotion, right? They took away a lot of the EVs. I mean, a lot of the EV credits that would have promoted private businesses, or even, you know, incentivizing them to essentially go green, right? And leaving whoever was already a major player. And guess who was a major player already? Musk, right? With Tesla. He doesn't want more competition on the market.
Right. But they don't agree.
He doesn't want something to change to another company, right?
Right. Yeah, I agree. And check this out. It's like, but they don't, when you say they don't agree with global warming, well, they also don't agree with poisoning the fucking water. Goddamn poisoning the air. Like, you know, just they don't believe in any type of pollution, bro. It does, you know what I'm saying?
It's because they believe that if you make enough money, you can just pay to clean the water. This is what they believe.
Yeah.
This is why they push the corporations. Yeah. They're like, hey, why would you care about that? If we're so successful, we'll just pay to clean the water, knowing they will never do that.
No, they're trying to kill off the residents, bro. They're trying to kill off the. It's like a bird killing two birds with one stone. You find a way to capitalize off of and the tool that you have to capitalize, you weaponize that same tool against poor people, or and you kill them off because they don't want poor. They see poor people in middle. They see poor as a nuisance. As a nuisance, yeah. You take up. You have rights. You're interfering with things, and so they just see poor people as trash, bro. And so they put these data centers in poor people's communities to kill them off, give them health problems, and then they
not in the richest.
Exactly. Then they won't be able to. Right. Then they don't want you to have pre-existing healthcare problems anymore, but you've been polluted the whole time. I mean, it's fascist, bro. It is fascist. It's fascist. It's textbook fascism. Put the toxic, corporate shit in the poor communities, and let them. But me, I don't want to live anywhere near it. Right. I'll live miles away from it. I'll have the freshest water. I'll live up in the mountaintop. You know what I'm saying? The data center is going to be down there in the swamp. Where the frogs live and shit. Keep that shit away from me. Keep it's just so, man. It is it's terrible, man. It is terrible. I don't know what the hell is going on with this. But look, there's more. There's some international news here that's also interesting. Let me see here. We saw BlackRock, right? And then now check this out. Damn, really? Oh, I missed one story here. Okay. Yo, but check this out. Here is Trump. Trump is claiming that he won this Iran deal. Let me segue into that right now. Here we go. Let me know what you all think about this.
And Iran have reached a framework to end the fighting. A signing is set for this Friday, and what needs to be worked out before then, what they're actually agreeing to, in what timeline and what's left to be worked out is a very big question. Joining me right now is CNN senior military analyst, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, Admiral James Stavridis. It's good to have you here on a day where there's some answers and a lot more questions. Admiral, can you characterize this moment for us in your mind? Like, how close are they to ending the war, do you think?
I think it's like a car kind of chugging down the highway. It's been moving in this direction, Kate. You and I have discussed it over the last couple of months. We always kind of felt there was a 65% chance we'd get to an agreement. Here we are. So car is chugging along. Here's the bad news. There's a lot of sand in the gears. You mentioned a couple of them, but tactically I'll add another one, which is the mines. How many mines are in the strait? When do they get cleared? Who is going to clear them? Are there going to be escorts for those ships? Those are tactical concerns, very real, believe me, to the mariners who are going to be asked to sail through the straits. And then secondly, operationally, as you mentioned, it's Israel, Lebanon, Hezbollah, that deadly triangle, very much unfinished business, certainly in the minds of the Israelis. So that's operational. And then strategically, it's the nuclear material, as President Trump calls it, the nuclear dust. It's hardly dust. It's 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium. And there's no clear path to get that out of the country. So car is still chugging, finish line ahead of us. Will we get there? I still think it's a 2 and 3 chance, but a lot of sand in the gears.
Let's go back to the tactical, because I was going to ask you, I was kind of in my mind thinking of it as like logistics, like how challenging, or maybe think of it this way.
Basically, it sounds to me like this is Obama's plan, closer to Obama's plan, except giving them more access to their money than Obama did. Right. And then this thing about guaranteeing, look, you can go on language all you want, but what do you think the guarantee is about? You already had international nuclear people on the ground in Iran every day to confirm that they were not making a nuclear bomb. Daily checks. Now what do you have? Do you have these people on the ground every day or not? I'm just curious about that. Let's hear some more.
How quickly can the
that was tied to NATO, right? And neighboring countries who helped sign that deal.
Yeah, it was tied to people. Yeah, people that were part of the agreement. Exactly. I'm curious about who's part of this agreement, and even if it goes through, is this in Israel's best interest?
See, that's the next thing you have to look up on, because they're not agreeing with the Lebanon aspect of this peace deal. Israel is not agreeing to the Lebanon aspect of it. So essentially, they could be in violation and violate it in the potential future. But we can go ahead.
All right, let's hear some
Truly
more.
reopen safely and fully, to give the confidence, not just in statements, but just to give the confidence of the companies and the shippers and the people who are going to be traveling through the strait that they can.
We say in the military, and you put your finger on it, the amateurs are talking about all the war fighting and the missiles. The professionals are talking about logistics, meaning your point, we've got to clear the strait to a level of confidence for these mariners. As you know, I've been through this strait close to 100 times. And it's tough navigation without all the missiles and the mines and the small boats. So to answer the question, I think it's probably not months and months, but it's certainly weeks and weeks. Here's something to watch. The president is about to land for the G7 in Europe. Can he get the Europeans on task here? I hope so. Europe ought to step up and participate with the U.S. in at least this phase of the operation. I think they will. Look for a European minesweeper.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because, again, you're not going to have, you just saw this, you're not going to have Europeans. Like he talked about the logistics, for example. Yeah, the details. A lot of different real life things happening that you would have to go into to be able to guarantee anything or to even make this agreement work. Well, it's the same thing with the Europeans. It's not a simple issue of, do they want Iran to not have a nuclear bomb? They already agreed to that. Some other people said that agreement wasn't good enough. And some other people launched a war against Iran without Europeans, without the consent of the European allies. That's what they did. They mocked the Europeans when they did it. They didn't speak respectfully or about it, diplomatically about their participation. They openly mocked European nations. Then, same issue. Look, Iran is getting here. Here's where it gets complicated. Iran supported Russia with drones to bomb Ukraine. Europeans said, stop, Iran. So, of course, Europeans didn't want to embolden this regime. But how do you go about it, right? Now, Trump is for Putin. He doesn't care if Putin use Iranian drones to bomb Ukraine, right? So these little details, when you go to ask 450 million people, which are the Europeans, which are 100 million more than the Americans, right? When you go to ask them, can you do something for us? Can you participate? You have to be willing to participate with them on their issues also. That's what this is about. And if I was Europeans, I would stay out of it. Because you didn't fuck it up. Yeah, you wouldn't fuck it up. You didn't do anything to fuck up the prior deal. It's Netanyahu and Trump that fucked over the prior deal that you already worked on. He threw your deal in the trash. So there's no way you can even work with the U.S. Even this dude sounds like a moderate. There's no way you can even work because they will just throw it in the trash again. That would be stupid. Yeah, go ahead.
That's assuming that Europeans would vote and agree homogeneously. You have different Europe's not one country, it's a continent of different countries. We don't know, essentially, right? Like, we're assuming that all of them would agree on something that all of them don't have to necessarily agree to, right?
Most of them are not for most of them are definitely not for this thing with Trump supporting Russia and bombing Ukraine and invading Ukraine. Most of them are were not for Trump ripping up the prior agreement that was already forged. Most of them were not for Israel just all of a sudden attacking Iran again. Most of them weren't for those things. So what are they going to concede? What is Trump going to concede to get the Europeans on board? That's the question.
There you go.
He won't concede
anything. He's power hungry.
Yeah. What is Netanyahu going to concede? That's the question. Those two are. What is Russia going to concede? These are the blockades in any type of situation with Iran, because Trump wants to block all people. He wants on one hand, if the Europeans say Putin shouldn't do this, right? Iran shouldn't do this. Trump says, I disagree with you. It's okay that they do that. You know, so the truth of the matter is that Netanyahu and Trump, they've been putting the whole burden on Europeans the whole time while not listening and considering Europe at all. Like every time Europeans sat down at the table, came diplomatically, came respectfully, the Trump administration and Netanyahu shut it down. When Trump said he was going to invade Greenland, what did Netanyahu say about it? Nothing. He disappeared like a little turd. You know, in a toilet bowl somewhere. I'm gone. I'm out of here. Yo, hit the toilet. Thank you. I'm out. Got nothing to say. So motherfuckers just down the toilet bowl. I'm out of here. But look, he didn't say anything when he talked about making France. You see what I'm saying? So these are now. I'm sorry. Netanyahu and Trump, even though they don't agree on everything, neither one of them are good arbitrators of peace and justice in this situation. Why are they even at the center of it? It's going to be a failure
America
anyway.
We didn't even agree to attack Iran. We just so happened to support Israel blindly behind it. They're the ones who started it, not the U.S. The U.S. didn't start it. We just went along with the agenda, right?
Exactly. They just gave Netanyahu carte blanche. Okay, we're gonna help you. Boo-hoo, Iran. Boo-hoo. It's like, what? These motherfuckers. First of all, we're supplying Israel with weapons. It does matter what they do and how they do it, according to the United States taxpayer. So right there, the United States taxpayer didn't agree with that. That's really what it comes down to. And yeah, since you need help for your security, you have to concede things, and that's where the problem lies. So unless Europe wants to become like another United States in the matter, have everybody else dictating to you how it's going to be, and you just keep on spending your money on them, you know, and have them not listen to you at all. If I was Europe, I would just stay out of it. I would stay out of it because this is going to fail, and the people that are putting it together had no respect for the agreement that already existed. They had no respect for what you thought about Ukraine. They had no respect about launching a new attack on Iran and speaking negatively. Just leave. It's over. Just forget it. It just won't work. You don't know how it won't work, but it just won't work.
Doesn't agree to it. Israel does not agree to at least not go after Lebanon, right?
Yeah, they're going to continue. Exactly. So how does that work out for Europe? It creates more refugees. Who's got to take the refugees?
Yep. Exactly.
You see what I mean? So these people they're not willing to operate in a way that works for everyone. They want it their way or the highway. And you can't work with people like that. You know?
But it's by design. It's by design, right?
Yeah.
They continue this war, right? Let's say now, obviously, you know, Israel continues with Lebanon and, you know, maybe softly attacks Iran again.
Yeah.
Like you said, it creates a refugee issue, and that refugee issue will continue to fuel the right-wing rhetoric of anti-immigration, right?
Yeah,
anti-immigration.
Yep.
That's what they're forcing it. They're forcing it, and people cannot realize, hey, why are people deserting their country and coming to our country?
It's because of motherfuckers like Trump and Netanyahu.
Yes.
That's why.
Which allows them to continue to push the narrative that immigrants are harmful, that immigrants are bad, immigrants are invading your country, not necessarily showing that we are the ones destroying their country.
Exactly.
Causing it to happen.
Yeah, bro. It's like
oxymoronic.
It's totally oxymoronic. And this is the perfect example of what right wingers should be against. You know, since they claim they're against immigration so much, you should be against this. You should be against the United States position on Iran and Israel's position on Iran, because that's what's fueling it. You know, now this thing about Putin, they're not even trying. Look, Iran is a bad actor when it comes to Ukraine. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that you have more influence over what goes on in Ukraine. Iran lost that battle. They wasted all their money supplying all those drones when they weren't even part of it. You know what I mean? And then Israel comes and attacks them. Then the United States comes and attacks them. And then Putin doesn't do a damn thing about it. You see? But yet Iran is supporting Putin. You see the bullshit here? So Iran brought some of that bullshit on themselves, But that doesn't mean Europe needs to be stupid. You know, they got what's going on here is a bunch of actors that shouldn't be doing what they're doing. Iran shouldn't be doing what they're doing. Israel shouldn't be doing what they're doing. The United States shouldn't be doing what they're doing. So why would you want to meet them, any of them at the table? Why? What's the point?
And
none of them care.
Back, right?
Yeah, all of them are against the all of them are against the sustainability of the EU. Basically, that's how I see it. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, I mean, Iran's doing certain things because they are already sanctioned, right? They're already limited in how they can gain profit.
Exactly.
Right? So then we're going to blame them for doing something we don't like when we've already limited their income because of sanctions.
Right.
Right?
True.
So it becomes, again, oxymoronic again, right? Because, yeah, of course, no one's saying Iran is the best country in the world, but a lot of their actions have been for profit, and the same profit that they've been limited because of sanctions.
Yeah, we've pushed them in some directions too. You know, like we had an agreement with Obama. They liked that agreement. Sanctions were being lifted and things like that, and then all of a sudden Trump wants to roll it back. You know, and so it is a East-West battle over who is going to have more influence in the Middle East. Right. And so you have China, you have Russia involved, you have the EU, and you have the United States involved. Right. And these groups tend to maybe not agree all the time or even oppose each other. And but there's got to be a way forward that is smarter than what Trump did. Trump just ripped up an old deal, attacked his allies that this man right now is asking. He's saying that these allies should come back to the table after Trump just totally dissed the allies for a whole year. You know, since day one of this new administration, all he's done is attack NATO allies, and now he has someone out there, you know, actually thinking that the allies should play a role in this. This is crazy. This is crazy, but let's hear some more.
Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary Sabrina Singh. So, Sabrina, good morning. Thank you for being here. So, first, I want to just talk about the latest. Iran saying, look, we're not doing anything until money is unfrozen, and then the U.S. disputing that. Here's the U.S. ambassador.
Okay, so Iran says we're not doing anything until the money's unfrozen, right? And then Trump has promised to give more money than Obama did, right? Something like that, to that effect. Okay, all right.
He's giving 300. He's giving 300 billion, where Obama gave a whole lot less. I think it was about $2 billion.
Yeah, maybe maybe 6 billion. I think, or between 3, maybe 3 billion. Yeah, but you're right. It's far less.
$300 billion that they're going to receive.
300. Yeah, he promised them.
Cash injection.
And they probably caught on that this is a scamming ass. So he said 300 billion. That probably means zero in his book. You know, that's exactly what Trump does and shit. He'll promise you everything just to get you to sign, and then be like, oh well, they signed it, I'm walking away now. Technicality. Yeah.
And all of it was done as optics to just say he's better than Obama.
Yeah. And he's running, he's shit. I mean, he's totally scared right now. He doesn't want to take the blame for the economy. So he's totally scared right now. But it's just being totally scared is not a good quality. It doesn't mean it's going to drive you to do anything good, you know. And he doesn't. It's bad when you have to be forced into doing this. You see what I mean? And Trump was forced into doing this. He didn't even want to. It's just the physics of it all is led him down this path to do something because it defies logic what he did in the first place. It's like it's narcissistic. Yeah, go ahead.
He ripped up the deal, which left the door wide open for Israel to attack and give a reason to, right? So it's all by design, and now he gets to tout that he brought peace to Iran when he's the direct reason for its instability by allowing them.
The great peacemaker.
That's how he gets to position himself.
Peacemaker and pedophile. The big. It's like, what the hell, man? Never trust a pedophile. Never trust a pedophile. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, let's go.
And Mike Waltz speaking on Sunday. We'll talk on the other side of that.
The Iranians are incredibly difficult negotiators, coupled with the fact that they're having a very hard time getting guidance from their supreme leader, and they're not always on the same page within their team between the civilians and military. So, the team has had their hands full dealing with them, but the president has every intent to get this done.
He sort of nodded to something I think that maybe people don't fully appreciate, which is that Iran's regime is pretty much in place, even as though a tier of leadership was killed in these strikes. So answer the question that he's raising here of like negotiation, the money, what are the complications?
The complications here is that Iran is very skilled at negotiating, and this regime in particular is more hardline than the previous regime. I mean, they are willing to incur the costs and the military strikes that the U.S. and Israel have conducted over, we've seen, a significant amount of time. I think what's interesting about this memorandum of understanding, or this new agreement, is it's only there to open the straits. It does not address the thorniest issues, which we know Iran is really going to drag its feet on, which are its nuclear program and the highly enriched uranium that is still sitting in Iran. And so while this agreement basically tries to restore the status to pre-war status, it still doesn't address those nuclear agreements. And Iran, like Mike Walls was saying, Iran knows how to play the game to draw the United States out. If we're talking about negotiating at minimum within 60 days, that is bringing us up right up to the midterms. And I think Iran knows that the United States is not going to want to start up kinetic action right before the midterms, right before voting starts in November.
Two military questions. One, when we say the strait is opening, does that mean that Iran just backs down, the U.S. backs down? Are there mines in the strait? Like, are there still dangers there?
I think both sides could say today that the strait is open and that they're clearing the mines from the strait. But the only ones that are going to determine if the strait is open are the shipping companies. Are they willing to allow their ships to start going through the strait and potentially incurring costs if, let's say, a drone is launched from Iran or there's crossfire between the two sides? So even though Donald Trump is saying on Friday the strait is open, it is still...
We won't know until ships pass through.
Exactly.
Last thing militarily, Israel.
Yeah.
Israel, we're going to talk about in this program, across the political spectrum, unhappy with this deal, and in part because of military reasons. They say it doesn't address their issues around proxies that Iran backs, like Hezbollah. It doesn't even talk about ballistic missiles. That's not even in the conversation around the memorandum of understanding, at least so far. This is kind of the same criticism that the Obama deal had.
I mean, you might not have agreed with the JCPOA, but that was...
Understanding, at least so far. This is kind of the same criticism that the Obama deal had. This is kind of the same criticism that the Obama deal had.
I mean, you might not have agreed with the JCPOA, but that was something under the Obama administration, but that was something that took almost 2 years to negotiate. Now, with Israel, what's interesting about this agreement that this administration has negotiated, Israel is not party to the agreement. And they have said, I mean, I think as early as this morning, that they might continue to conduct operations in Lebanon. So between now and Friday, things could get derailed very quickly. I think President Trump, he wanted to win on his birthday, which he got this agreement. And he also wanted to walk into the G7 with saying, hey, this war is coming to an end. European partners, now it's time to do your part and help us clear that
Can he do that if Israel has seized an amount of land that's like around the size of New York City,
right,
and says it's going to continue its battle against Hezbollah?
I think it's going to be very difficult if Israel continues to conduct military operations for Iran to agree to terms with the United States when it's going to say to the United States, this is also an aggressor in this war that also struck our country. You need to pull them back. And that's why you saw the president sort of react in some of these interviews that he was giving on Sunday saying, you know, what is Bibi doing? Because he does not want to see this agreement go off the rails.
Iran declaring victory this hour. The foreign minister going on TV tonight to make this declaration.
We are the victor of this battlefield. The Islamic Republic of Iran has emerged as a victor. The Iranian people achieved victory. This is not a slogan. This is no exaggeration.
That's the sort of propaganda you might expect from the Iranians, but it actually happens to be something a shipping executive I spoke with tonight backs up. The ship stuck in the strait for now a long time. He told me, quote, unfortunately, the White House, the U.S. are losers. This is both Iran and the United States say that they're close to a deal, an agreement.
Damn! I really have to hear that again. That is some amazing talk here. Let me hear this one more time. Let's see here.
Actually happens to be something a shipping executive I spoke with tonight backs up. The ship stuck in the strait for now a long time. He told me, quote, unfortunately, the White House, the U.S. are losers. This is both Iran and the United States say that they're close to.
Damn, that's from a shipper company. Hold on.
That's the sort of propaganda you might expect from the Iranians.
Okay, from the Iranian side. All right.
But it actually happens to be something a shipping executive I spoke with tonight backs up.
Oh, so it is a shipping executive. It's not just the Iran government that says that. It's a Western. Is it? I wonder, is it a Western shipping company? It must be if they're mentioning it. So let's hear it again. Shipping executive says this.
Ship stuck in the strait for now a long time. He told me, quote, unfortunately, the White House, the U.S. are losers. This is both Iran and the United States say that they're close to a deal, an agreement to discuss a deal, except for they are clearly not talking about the same deal. And I'm just going to go through a couple things really quickly to make the point. First, the Strait of Hormuz, right? It's closed. A U.S. official said that, in this initial agreement, the strait would open. And that sounds good, right? Finally, thank God. Well, Araghchi says it will not reopen unless it is under Iranian management and unless there are fees to transit the strait, otherwise known as a toll or whatever you'd like to call it. But they are both things that Trump has said in the past are absolutely no-goes. Okay, so that's the strait. And now what about the thing at the core of all of this, the whole reason that the U.S. went to war in the first place, apparently, which was Iran's nuclear material? A Trump administration official said Iran's nuclear program will be dismantled and that nuclear material will be destroyed and removed. Araghchi says, well, we'll just keep talking. They will only engage in nuclear talks during a 60-day negotiation period following the signing of this thing, which is a memorandum of understanding, which means they're basically agreeing to nothing on the nuclear deal, so they say. A senior U.S. official tells CNN that none of Iran's money is to be released until they perform. This is another crucial thing, right? All that frozen money that you heard about. Remember the pallets of cash that Trump criticized Obama for supposedly releasing to Iran? Iran now says, well, actually, there's money here. $24 billion is going to be released to Iran, half immediately on signing the quote-unquote memorandum.
Aaron, I've been talking to White House officials, senior Trump administration officials all day about this, and what they've consistently tried to say is that the Iranians are messaging internally for their own audiences. This is something you heard a senior administration official tell me and other reporters earlier today as well. They are arguing that what the U.S. is saying is what needs to be believed here, and that Iran, if they are communicating any sort of differences in that, it's because they need to message internally. Now, of course, and I think you make a great point, we've heard 39 times President Donald Trump argue that they are close to a deal just for it to fall apart. But I will say this time does feel different. One, in the conversations that I am having with all of my sources on this, including in the Intelligence Committee, but also with what we are hearing from foreign leaders. You have the Iranian foreign minister saying that they feel like they are closer to a deal than ever before. And I think what we heard from the Pakistani prime minister was really notable as well when he said that he could confirm that a final agreed upon text for the peace deal had been finalized and they are just working now on.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone who has people back home that need to explain why gas prices are so high is talking it up like, yay, we got a deal. It's a memorandum of understanding. And apparently there's no deal, right?
There you go. It's not an official deal.
Right.
It's the concept of a deal.
Come join us in our memorandum of understanding, y'all. Man, this is some bullshit. And it's total lack of responsibility, I think. And I think Iran they know exactly what's going on. They know the different parties. They know their issues. They know what Israel wants. They know what the United States wants. They know what Israel cares about, what the United States doesn't care about. They know what China cares about. They know what Russia cares about. They know what the EU cares about. They know what India cares about. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think.
And what did I say about Israel? Them not agreeing to what?
They're not even agreeing Lebanon. Anyway. Yeah, they don't exactly, because it doesn't have anything about Lebanon. It doesn't have anything about ballistic missiles. It doesn't have anything about so Israel don't even agree with it anyway. They're not a party to it. So why would the EU,
Iran first?
and why would the EU
Who
come
attacked Iran?
exactly? And why would the EU come to the table if Israel don't even consider itself a party? What the fuck? This is insane, bro. This is insane. This is insane.
Israel initially bombed and attacked Iran, right? So what security does Iran have, especially if Israel is openly saying that they aren't agreeing to this deal, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So the optics say otherwise. I'm sure that they're optimistic. No one's saying that they're not optimistic, right?
Yeah.
But it's not an essential plan. It's just not it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's ridiculous. But there's some more going on, because while that's going on near the Straits of Hormuz, right? All of that activity in the Middle East, right? There's something else that just happened in the Northern Sea. Check this out. It has something to do with oil.
British forces have intercepted a tanker in the English Channel off the coast of Dorset. The ship, named Smirtos and flying the Cameroonian flag, is believed to belong to a group of vessels attempting to export Russian oil and circumvent sanctions. This is the first time such an operation has taken place in the English Channel. The ship was seized in a 6-hour operation, and an investigation into its ownership and destination is underway. We can now speak to Elizabeth Braw. She's an expert on hybrid threats and maritime security at the Atlantic Council, which is a think tank based in Washington. Welcome to DW. So, Royal Marines boarding an oil tanker in the English Channel linked to Russia's shadow fleet. Just how significant is this operation?
It is significant because it's the first time that the UK has boarded a shadow vessel. The UK government said a few months ago that the UK would board shadow vessels, and then nothing happened. And now we have this boarding today, so it is very significant. It's just one vessel, but it's the first one.
Well, we understand that the tanker that was boarded, the Smirtos, was already under sanctions and had reportedly changed its name and flag. Just how does that kind of evasion work, and how hard is it to stop?
Yeah, this is how shadow vessels operate. They are flagged in countries that really have no business flagging ships because they have no maritime expertise. These vessels also are mostly very old. They transport the ones that sail through the Baltic Sea and the English Channel, primarily transport Russian oil above the price cap. So these are not welcome guests. But the important thing to remember is every vessel has the right to traverse the world's oceans, and it's up to the coastal states to inspect and make sure that the ships that sail through follow the rules. But that is quite hard when you have a massive shadow fleet. So 600 sanctioned vessels, and the shadow fleet is about 1,200 vessels. When you have all those vessels sailing through your waters, how are you supposed to inspect them all and possibly to detain them all?
Right. So as you say, there's hundreds of these shadow vessels. Does targeting individual ships then make any difference whatsoever?
It does. I mean, it sends an important message to the operators of these vessels that your ship may be detained, may be boarded, and may be detained by the authorities. It's I think, noteworthy that the UK is not the first country to board shadow vessels. We have seen Finland board vessels. We have seen Sweden actually board 5 vessels.
And that is the flip side of it. So you could see how things are being conducted over here in the, I would call it the not the Straits of Hormuz, the Straits of the Nordic Sea, the Straits of the Baltic, and the Straits of the Channel, English Channel, right? All of this. Let me go back to the map. All of this, so obviously St. Peter's, has this outlet here into the Baltic Sea. You can see right there, right? And then it goes past Estonia, goes past Finland, right? As it navigates north, south towards Lithuania, Stockholm, Sweden, right? Through Denmark. Got to go through Denmark, these waters here, right? Right. Then it's got to go to the left again, swing left, come out, and then go south through the English Channel to get out to the Atlantic. Right. Now, it's interesting how that's going down differently. Right. So they're totally committed to isolating Russia over this issue with Ukraine. Right. And you can see how that connects. Now, Ukraine is here. Right. So it's bordering the EU, and or it's part of the EU now. Pretty much, Ukraine's part of the EU now. So not part of NATO, but I believe they're part of the EU officially, or soon will be, if not. Right. I think they are, though. But here, so you see this issue here. They're not going to let up on Russia at all on this side. Now, Trump is a person who went against the EU to take Putin's side on it. That's what he did. The EU has been pissed off about it because obviously that puts their security at risk, right? So they wanted cooperation. They sought cooperation from Trump over a long period of time, and Trump basically, said, "You're wasting your time. You can keep coming and talking to me, but I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to betray Putin. Putin's my ally. You're not my ally. You need to go more right wing in EU before I will support you. You need to do what JD Vance and Elon Musk says before I'll support you. You need to let Elon Musk control your sovereign nations, because he's got more money than a lot of sovereign nations have, being the first trillionaire. So he's pushing him, that Trojan horse, that worm, into the EU, which is Elon Musk, the same worm that is affecting and sucking up the middle class and the poor's finances and others, just creating a total black hole or orange hole, right? A Cheeto hole in the US, and just killing everything. It's sucking up everything there. So, but here in this area, right, the Straits of Hormuz is actually being, they're actually asking the EU to participate. This shit is amazing. It's amazing. They're literally asking the EU to participate right here. So the obvious question is, if you want something from the EU, what are you going to do for the EU in their region where they're concerned about security? What you going to do? You're gonna see some Russian ships? What you going to do? You going to help Ukraine with their defense? What you going to do about it? That's what this is all about. And because you can't want something from someone else that you're not willing to give yourself. And the United States has gone back on its word regarding Ukraine, and gone back on its word with the EU and NATO countries regarding Russia. So I don't see why the EU would participate in this at all. I think sure, again, smile, play diplomat, but outside of that, participating with these antics makes no sense at all, because Trump is not caring about your security. He wants to invade Greenland. Like Canada's a NATO country. He wants to make Canada the 51st state. Like, he has no respect for anything NATO. So why would you join him in this? That just make you look even more weird, because then Iran can get you involved and manipulate you too. Russia can also, Russia wants you to be involved here. That's the crazy part. They would rather have you involved here than doing what? Seizing ships in the English Straits. Like, straight up seizing ships in the Baltic Isles, right? They would rather have you involved in this than your own security. So that's my advice. Now let me flip to you want to say something about that, B?
Yeah, I do. I want to say that, I think it is a clever way for the UK to refocus attentions back onto Russia, because essentially, grabbing that ship becomes a little bit arbitrary, right? Like, it doesn't mean anything in the grander scheme of things, right? Like she said, she's like, do you think that this matters, even though we have up to 600 a day, ghost vessel ships that are doing this?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, but it refocuses Europe's attention back on to remind people that Putin is an issue and still should be regulated and not go unchecked, that there is a war in Ukraine that is happening, and that, whether we here in America are paying attention, the Europeans have it, right? Because it's on their homeland, right? It's on their home soil.
Right. Americans may not be aware of what the environment is like over here, and the environment is they have to deal with hybrid attacks from Russia, and they have to deal with these ships also, not only shipping oil, but doing other things. Like they don't know if some of these ships release drones to monitor French airspace, to monitor Danish airspace, Swedish airspace. Like, so these are the issues they have to think about, and Americans should think about that too when you decide what Europeans should do. You know, you should be aware of their concerns when you have an idea about what they should do. You shouldn't just want them to do just because you the U.S. and you can do anything. You got 350 million people. Well, the EU is the second largest economy, pretty much, only rivaled by China, and they got 450 million people. So what you think about that? They have more manpower than you. Okay, so and that matters because they can pivot. They may not be the United States of America. They may not be the superpower, but they're middle powers together collectively. They can pivot, and when they pivot, everyone feels it too. And they especially know how to pivot towards a hostile entity, even the United States. They know how to play that game, and they're not just playing it; they're doing it, succeeding in it, while providing their citizens universal health care, while making sure their citizens have access to education. Everybody. They're doing it while making sure their citizens and their residents have housing rights. They're doing it while doing all these things that the right wing in the United States claims it can't do while it deals with Iran. It's ridiculous, man. So it's proof to show you that none of these international issues have anything to do with the U.S.'s betrayal of the American people. They could be doing all of this shit against Iran. They could be wasting all this money over here and still provide health care to everyone in the United States of America. They could still do that and still provide education to everyone in the United States of America. They just choose not to. It's crazy, man. All right. So check this one out. Now, this is back to the service members. Talk about a standing army if you want to be involved in these things, right?
Reporter of that piece, Atlantic staff writer Clint Smith. Clint, in your reporting, you spoke with several black military officers, many who wish to remain anonymous, and who said that under Pete Hegseth's leadership, they feel sidelined or even erased. What is it like to be black in Hegseth's military right now? What did they tell you?
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a really hard time over the last year and a half for members of the military, particularly black members of the military. And I think they're experiencing a sort of cognitive dissonance where on the one hand, they are being subjected to rhetoric and policy from Pete Hegseth and from those of his ilk and these other political appointees within the Trump administration and the Pentagon that are telling them implicitly and explicitly that they are not worthy of high-ranking positions, that they don't deserve to be in these positions and to be in these rooms, that their service is somehow less worthy or less meaningful than the service of others, that Pete Hegseth will step in to prevent you from attaining a rank that you otherwise deserve, that has been decided previously by people who are high-ranking military officials. And on the other hand, there's this sense of wanting to stay and wanting to say, this administration is going to be gone long after or long before we are going to be here much longer than the administration will. And we have a responsibility to stay. And so I think there's this tension between some wanting to leave and retire early and then also wanting to stay and make sure that they protect everything that they've built.
Yeah, and to affect change, you have to sort of stay in the game mentality, it sounds like. I know one retired officer that you spoke with, Colonel Gerald Curry, who spent 27 years on active duty in the Air Force and another 15 years in the civilian role at the Pentagon. He expressed deep concern about the direction the military is heading. What did he tell you changed once Pete Hegseth became Defense Secretary?
Yeah, so Dr. Curry, along with so many others, talked about how they would step into rooms and feel this sense of there's always been, to be clear, a sense of question of whether people belong in the room, and as long as black people have been in the military, but it's taken on a different texture in the context of this administration. And for Dr. Curry, the sort of straw that broke the camel's back was when he was told that there were certain books that were going to be taken out of these military academies, out of the Air Force Academy, out of West Point, and so many others. And the idea that they would prevent young cadets, young soldiers from encountering information about American history, about sociology, about even in novels and fiction, the work of Maya Angelou being taken out of some of these libraries and some of these military institutions. And for him, that idea that you would remove books with certain ideas that are meant to render the world and meant to render America a more complex and more honest place is the opposite of the sort of preparation one would need in order to go out into the world and serve on behalf of this country.
And Curry also pointed to
right. So they have this going on, right? They have this issue where they want to remove the history, just the presence of African Americans and others, right, in the military. Like literally remove it from the bookshelves, remove it from pictures on the wall, remove it from portraits done by the Navy or military artists, just remove it. That's one thing, but they're doing the same thing with the elections. Now they don't want your vote. That's going to have a tally. I mean,
it's doing the same thing with the Department of Education, right? Like this is the same playbook. It's the same exact playbook.
So it's at the same time that it becomes more hostile abroad, outside. While it claims to not be, it doesn't want to have anything to do with foreign wars. While it's gotten hostile, they seem to not want the security to work well. I mean, they seem to be trying to tell certain Americans that don't risk your life for the country. Don't join the military. Don't fight for the country anymore. And then at the same time, they're telling people, don't vote. We don't want you to vote. Being a citizen is not good enough. We need to qualify that when you're about to vote. Not when you register, but when you go and vote that day. We want to stop you in the street, check your ID, slow down the process. We don't want more counters, right? We don't want the voting to last longer, but we want to hinder people from getting to the polls. We want their experience to be longer, to take more time on their work day when they got to go home, take care of their kids. I mean, it's just like an all-out assault on as many people as possible, and they don't make any sense. Then you have it doesn't make any sense. There's no accountability at any point for anything they do. I mean, the Iran deal memorandum is a perfect example of no responsibility for the people who did it, who created it. Then you have this situation here. They don't want people even mailing their votes in anymore. I mean,
now to a new proposed rule for the U.S. Postal Service. It would allow post offices to refuse delivery of mail-in ballots to states that don't turn over their voter rolls to the federal government. As the New York Times reports, the proposal is vaguely written and still under review.
How is this legal? How is this legal?
It stems from Donald Trump's...
It's pushing the boundaries of what is considered legal and challenging it all the way to the Supreme Court where he has an advantage.
Right.
It's strategic. Whoever his team is, we know who, for the most part, who his team is, and we don't know who's in the shadows. But this is by design. As much as we hate it,
right?
It is genius. Like they have done it. Like they have and continue to do it.
Right. So we
don't hold them accountable.
Right. So if you don't agree with them, Postal Service seeks to block mail ballots in states resisting Trump demands. So if you so if you refuse to turn over your voting data, right, your registration data, and they even say that you refuse to, right? Then they're going to stop your ability to vote. Yo, bro, like we know that this is not going to fly under the Supreme Court. It doesn't. It doesn't. And again, this Supreme Court has done some crazy things, but again, this speaks to the heart of the Constitution again. But it makes me wonder, right? If the fact, even if the Supreme Court did shoot this down, the way that it works is they have some power here because they can initiate this from the beginning, and then they can make it take months. By the time it goes through a Supreme Court, man, right? That will be
Elections are passed, right?
that the election will be in the past, right? So in that case, I can see the evil genius in it. And if the Supreme Court goes along with this, they're just treasonous, which we know they are already. It's not like that will change, but people should be aware, at the very least, that this is mail-in ballots. So people need to be aware, and states need to be aware that there's likely going to be more physically more people turning out to vote in person than ever because of the mail-in ballot issue being challenged. Just right here means in-person voting is going to go up extremely. So so whatever infrastructure issues you have, people working at the polls, you need to have plenty of people working at the polls, monitors. I mean from the states side, right? But even more important, there need to be unbiased poll representatives, people watching and observing, right? Because when there's record turnout in person, there's liable to be other issues that come along with that, which is why we have mail-in ballots anyway, to avoid a hassle, right? And to avoid, how can I say this? If you wanted to target voters, making sure that you herd them all into one little thing is the easiest way to target them. You see what I mean? So I think this is totally infringing on people's rights, voting rights. The Supreme Court, because it's not like we're living in the 1800s or 1900s anymore where there's less of a population. No, voting is a big machine thing. Okay, loads of people will have to be mobilized and moved around on the streets, on the buses, and on the subways. Okay, or on their bikes. There will be big human movement this day. So it's not just like a simple issue, right? It creates traffic. It can create a lot of issues, right? So the fact that they're doing this, I think if you would have a good Supreme Court, they would have already come out, spoken about it, and said, nope, sorry, president doesn't even need to go down to this direction. We don't even expect to see anything like this. And if it is, forget it. We're shooting it down just in advance, just so everyone can go about their normal voting. It's not normal, but what is closest to normal as possible. But in any case, let me see here. Let's hear some more here.
Now to a new proposed rule for the U.S. Postal Service. It would allow post offices to refuse delivery of mail-in ballots to states that don't turn over their voter rolls to the federal government. As the New York Times reports, the proposal is vaguely written and still under review, but stems from Donald Trump's March executive order calling for a citizens database. Even though non-citizen voting is exceedingly rare and already illegal, Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin said this morning the goal is to make sure it never happens. Joining me now, Dave Ehrenberg, former state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida. Dave, so there are 23 Democratic-led states and D.C. challenging this order on mail-in ballots, but a judge ruled last month that it was too soon to intervene. What happens next? And is there a danger that this could get really close to the midterms?
Laura, I think that is a concern that the states are saying that we don't have the time to be able to print new ballots or to have all these new rules in place before the election, which is approaching. And the administration has delayed in this, and I'll get to the reason why, but this is all part of a strategy to try to fix the game. They see a blue wave coming and they want to do something about it. They tried the gerrymandering. That didn't succeed as well as they would like.
Listen, somebody said in the chat, they said mail-in ballots is the easy way to defraud. No, it's not. There's no evidence of that. You could say it a million times. How come it's not proven in a court of law so far? Yeah, go ahead.
This person doesn't understand the reason why you're sent a ballot through the mail. Remember, we covered what documents you need to get an ID, right? To get an ID.
This is ridiculous.
We covered, right? And you need documents such as your social security card, you need a birth certificate,
right.
You need a prior ID, you need a utility bill, right? All of these things that are greater.
Listen, look, man, the bottom line is this. Elections are operated by the states. That's in the Constitution. So the federal government doesn't have a role here. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay. And but check out how silly this is too. On top of it, this actual asking for this won't work. It might delay things, but it won't work, because the bottom line is that it is firmly in the Constitution that states run the elections. But let's say for some reason, this is ridiculous. This person said it's like in California, we know how many votes the Republicans made because they came in person. Yeah, but you weren't there. You weren't there yourself to account for every vote. You just going on what someone else told you. And it's what the fuck? It is the same thing. This person is stupid, bro.
How many Democrats were registered versus how many Republicans were registered? That will give you an answer right there.
This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous.
Mail-in ballots are so far from fraudulent because it is confirmed that you are a citizen through your state. When you get your ID, you register to vote, and so they send the ballot to wherever your address is, because you are now a confirmed citizen and an active voter. Right?
It's just
it makes no sense.
Yeah, man. It confuses me how people can. Maybe the person has never had anyone explain to them how voting works, right?
No, they haven't. They don't know how voting works.
Yeah.
Not even maybe. I know they haven't. We know they haven't.
But just to be like, that's how you know the people really voted, because they showed up in person. Yeah, but you weren't there. So how do you know? What the fuck? If you weren't there counting every person yourself, how do you know? You see what I mean? It goes into this ridiculousness. So it's just you have to trust people in local elections, and you have to trust the system, and you have to vote. You have to participate in voting. You vote for these kind of things, right? And on top of it, you vote for how elections are done in your state. How can the federal government now supersede that when you already cast the vote in your state? What is this? And then you just have an executive branch that just says, no. If you don't turn over your voter registration, then we won't let you do mail-in ballots. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you can extort people that way. You can't extort a state that way.
Voter suppression. It's voter suppression.
What the fuck? That's open extortion. You better give me your voter registration information, which you don't have an right to unless you go to court. You can go to court and request it. You don't have to say they're not going to, what is this? It's a company that's doing the ballots, right? That's doing the mail-in. This is where it's going to be attacked from the postal company side of it. So let's listen a little more, because this is where it's coming from. Let's see here.
And now they're trying this. So what we're seeing here is this is the latest in this overall attempt.
It's the USPS, right? United States Postal Service. So they're the ones that will be, because they're a private company, right? Or what?
No, that's
is that federal government now?
To my knowledge, that's federal.
It's still federal. Let me just double check this real quick. 2 seconds here. It is the USPS, right? It's the USPS. Government. Okay, let me see. Or is it privatized? Okay, it's a government agency. However, it's structured very differently from most other agencies. Specifically, the USPS is an independent agency of the executive branch of the federal government. So this is why Trump is able to threaten that way. It's a government business hybrid, which often leads to confusion about what it actually is. It receives no taxpayer dollars. Yo, this is all fraudulent, bro. It's a government agency that receives no taxpayer dollars, but the executive branch can control it. Whoa, what's up with that? Like, this is an arm of the executive branch, right?
It is. It's an arm of the executive branch.
Yeah. This is interesting, and yet it's not taxpayer funded, right? This is really, wow, man. This is very revealing here. But let me see. It has a long legal monopoly and a public mandate, right? The government grants the USPS a legal monopoly on traditional letter delivery and exclusive access to personal mailboxes in exchange for this monopoly. It operates under the Universal Service Obligation. This means it is legally required to deliver mail to every single address in the United States and its territories for the exact same price, no matter how remote or unprofitable the destination is. It is governed like a corporation. Instead of being led by a cabinet secretary who reports directly to the president, the USPS is run more like a business. It's overseen by an 11-member board of governors, similar to a corporate board. The U.S. president appoints 9 of these governors who must be confirmed by the Senate. Those governors then hire the Postmaster General, the CEO of the Postal Service. So keep that in mind when we listen to what's happening here.
To do something via executive order that you'd have to do through Congress. And they're trying to turn the United States Postal Service, which is supposed to be an independent agency, into an elections department designed to help Republicans keep the majority. And so I think that the courts will likely block it. I think that this is...
No, it's not primarily funded by the federal government. You missed something. I don't understand what you're not getting here. No, listen. Here we go again. It receives no taxpayer dollars. Unlike here, and this is on their own website. So let me just copy the link. Yeah, sometimes I wonder, man. Here we go. It's on their website. Here, let me just put this in the website in here for everybody to read themselves. Here is who funds the USPS. Okay, and it's on their own website. So, yeah, all right. Now, unlike the Department of Defense or the FBI, the USPS does not run on tax dollars. It is entirely self-funded. That means the people who pay, this is a service you pay. You go in there and they ask you for money. It's not for free. What the fuck? Anyway, yeah, it's not for free. You pay, and it's funded by the money you pay when you walk into the place and pay for it. Okay, it's not funded by anything else. It's a non-profitable entity is not a federal government funded entity. Okay, you're confusing yourself.
It's not meant for profit, but it's still private.
Exactly, it's still private, even though it's not for profit. That's what it is. Okay, it's an arm of the federal government. It's an arm of the executive branch, but it's funded totally publicly. Okay, it's not funded. Yes. It's not funded by tax dollars. That's why they're in debt now, because they don't get to pull out your wallet. You know, the people's wallet and shit. Now, I know it's complex, but it's worth going through some of the details so we know how it works, because it might confuse people. I set up. It's confusing to me. I'm like, damn, this. I'm thinking it just bothers me actually that it raises so many other questions. But in any case, they don't care about any of the other questions it raises. The topic here is they don't want to mail your ballot. If your state, Trump is telling them how to operate. Trump is saying if a state refuses to send in their electoral information, their voter registration information, then we will instruct the United States Postal Service to not accept your voting ballot. That means your right to vote, even though you pay taxes. That's what this is about. So, do you agree that Trump should have the right to do this? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that Trump or anyone should have the right to do this. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe this is taxation without representation. Okay? Yeah. So I'm going to put a 2 in the chat because that's what I believe is taxation without representation. If you pay taxes, they shouldn't interfere with your vote. You shouldn't instruct someone who would otherwise receive your ballot like they did last year and like they did earlier this year to not all of a sudden now. Okay? Yeah. It's sad. It's sad. Let's continue to hear some more. Let's see here.
It's an overreach by the executive branch, and it's just now a question of when the states can actually get before a judge and get a ruling.
Right. So it sounds like this could get a little hairy as it gets close to the midterms. But Dave, I also want to ask you about the UFC fight this evening, because Paramount CEO Dave Ellison will be at the White House, and Paramount Plus is exclusively streaming the fight.
You know, again, there's some people confused. I can see somebody said no ID, no vote. Excuse me. To get to be a registered voter, you already have to show ID. That's all. You've already been identified to be a registered voter. You know, so yeah.
And having an ID doesn't necessarily mean doesn't mean that you're a registered voter, right? Like that you can register to vote.
Right. Having an ID doesn't mean you're a registered voter. I hope you understand that. You could have an ID and not be registered to vote, and you won't be able to vote. Do you understand that, right? You can't just walk to a voting booth and say, "Here's my ID. Let me vote." That's not how it works. You will be refused if you go to the voting booth, voting poll station, and pull out your ID and say, "Let me vote." If you did not first register to vote.
Yes.
You have to register first, and when you register, they ask you for things particular, like ID, like your electric bill, like where they want your electric bill to know where you live, like your social security card, right? Things like that, like your birth certificate, stuff like that. That's
all these verify that you're what? A citizen who is legally able to vote.
Right, and in these states, a lot of these states that Trump didn't even tell you this. Trump is saying this is what matters to Trump. It is not whether your state only lets you register to vote if you have ID. It is affecting states that only let you to vote, only allow you to vote with ID if you're registered. It's affecting those states too, because he didn't specify otherwise. He just said if you don't turn over your voting data. But most states already ask you for a fucking ID. So this is ridiculous. So just pay attention here. Let me just go back over to Gemini and say, okay, ask about this. Regarding the USPS ruling by the Trump admin. Let's see here. How will it affect states that already require ID to register to vote? Yeah, that's how you know people are trolls, because they don't really know anything about how the shit works in the country. They go on whatever
cult sentiment.
Yeah, cult sentiment and shit. Listen, it will affect. It's likely to affect the states that do demand voter ID already, right? But it's not because it alters their state level voter ID laws, right? Instead, it's layered and it's entirely separate federal logistical hurdle on top of those existing state laws, creating friction. Even the voters who have already perfectly complied with their state's ID requirements will be affected. The Trump administration's March 26 executive order and the subsequent USPS proposed rules issued in May 2026 fundamentally shift the Postal Service from a neutral mail carrier into a federal gatekeeper for mail-in absentee ballots. You see? So now Trump is assuming that role. Over mail-in ballots. The rule affects strict voter ID states in several ways. So, the states that already have strict voter ID rules, the strictest in the country, this is how they will be affected. 60-day data mismatch problem, because it takes time to do the work, to do your due diligence. Even if the state has strict laws requiring voters to provide a driver's license number or social security digits to register or request a mail-in ballot, the two new USPS rule adds a brand new timeline conflict. The new rule states, let me pull this over too so people can see what I'm reading from here. This is the White House. The new rule states, right? Let's bring it back down. States are being directed to submit their list of approved mail-in voters to a new federal USPS portal 60 days before the election. Right? The conflict. in almost every state, including strict ID states, voters are legally allowed to register or request an absentee ballot much closer to the election, often up to 30 days or even 2 weeks before they cast their vote. If an eligible voter passes their state ID check and registers 45 days before the election, they are completely legal under state law, but they will be missing from the 60-day federal list, USPS. So this is for, you're punishing people that are approved under the strictest laws the United States has about voter ID. You are punishing them. That's smart.
And it will disproportionately affect red states.
It will disproportionately affect red states, but these people don't fucking, trolls don't give a damn. Look, mandatory
It takes
ballot.
longer to vote there.
Yeah.
Polls are more stretched out. So if you do have a job and aren't able to take off, because that's what it's intended to do, make it tougher, you won't be voting.
Yeah, exactly. You won't be voting. The USPS, okay, mandatory ballot envelope redesigns. The US, you got to have a redesign. Got to change some colors on the packaging. All right, the USPS proposal mandates that all outbound, and inbound ballot envelopes feature unique federal tracking barcodes and strict new technical design standards. Even if a state already has a seamless system that verifies voter ID upon registration, local election offices in those states will be forced to completely redesign, reprint, and pay for a new ballot envelopes to match the federal mandate. So that's a voter tax. Now states that already 100% seamlessly, what does it say here? Right, the ones that comply seamlessly to the federal mandate of ID, right? Now they have to pay extra. Those taxpayers have to cough up more money because their states will now have to use taxpayer dollars to design these new envelopes, have these new barcodes, la la la. So is this what you want? Put a 1 in the chat if this is what you want.
How it disproportionately affects rural areas. Continue. It's in the next section.
Yeah,
so they understand.
Yeah, it does. But put a 1 in the chat if you think that's okay. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's fucked up. Okay, now, election experts warn this could cause logistical bottlenecks and delayed mailings, particularly in smaller or rural counties with limited budgets, regardless of how strict the state's voter IDs laws already are. Okay, risk.
And who describing? That describes red states.
Yeah, this is rural. Rural is red. Sure. Election experts warn this could cause logistical bottlenecks and delayed mailings, particularly in smaller rural counties with limited budgets. That's red states. Risk of postal delivery rejections. Under the proposed framework, the USPSD intends to create its own mail-in and absentee participation list if a mail-in ballot does not perfectly match the data or the strict envelope guidelines enforced by the USP. Is that going to be fast? Doesn't that change your one voting rule day? It's like, how you going to count the ballots?
Exactly. No. So don't fall into the hypocrisy that now, because you've slowed down the system, and if they don't count fast enough, now that makes it fraudulent somehow again? Okay, yeah. I'll wait, right?
Yeah, this is crazy, bro. Risk of postal. Okay, under the proposed USPS intends to create its own mail-in. If the mail-in ballots does not perfectly match the data or the strict envelope guidelines enforced by the USPS, the agency could potentially reject or refuse to deliver those shipments. This creates a scenario where a voter who is fully validated and legally registered under their state's strict ID laws might still have their ballot blocked at the post office level. The current legal standoff, because the U.S. Constitution leaves the administration of elections strictly to the states and Congress, right? The USPS rule is being heavily litigated, right? So the Constitution agrees that no, this is left up to the states. Elections it rules what? What does the Constitution say? Leaves the administration of elections strictly to the states and the Congress.
Yep.
Trump is bypassing both and asserting the executive authority over it, right? So, usurping state authority. This is what Trump is doing. Nonpartisan organizations are fighting the ruling, arguing that the executive branch is illegally usurping the state's authority. Okay, summary. The U.S. So you get it. Now let's hear some more here. This is crazy. Oh no. Let me go to the next one. Here we go. Boom. Is it up?
There's no mail-in
And
ballots.
then we out of here. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Click the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed, and share the videos if you want more people to get access to this information. Now, here's the final word from Trump. Let's
You
see.
see
here.
that? So what's happening
But
in
if they
California?
could comment after the live is over,
Yeah.
so those comments can promote it as well.
Exactly. You hear that, y'all? Comment after the video is over, also in the comment section. That way more people come in contact with the stream. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Appreciate y'all. All right, let's roll.
They're
Let's see
rigging the
here.
election.
The Postal Service
Trump says they're rigging the election. Oh, really?
proposed a new rule pushing states to turn over their mail-in and absentee voter rolls to the agency. The agency's proposed rule would create a mail-in and absentee participation list. The state would first submit to the USPS a list of voters who are submitting mail-in ballots for that election, along with each voter's corresponding personalized barcode on their ballots. Then the USPS would return a final mail-in and absentee participation list to each state's chief election official to finalize the names of all enrolled voters in the state and the barcodes associated with their ballots. The move is in line with President Donald Trump's March executive order tightening regulations on mail-in voting in federal elections. Voters who receive mail-in or absentee ballots must be included on the final mail-in and absentee participation list, marking a significant change in the rules and regulations for mail-in and absentee voting. The USPS issued the proposed rule on May 29th, one day after Trump-nominated District Judge Carl J. Nichols in the District of Columbia denied Democrats' injunction request against the mail-in voting executive order.
All right, y'all. I appreciate it. I will be back in 18 hours from now. Because there's always more news, and there's some scandalous news too. But we can only go over so much at one time. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Listen, if you're not registered to vote, my suggestion is you go to it. Register to vote. Don't forget, your vote counts. That's the way the founding fathers intended it to be. That's the way democracies work. It functions on, and it's the healthiest when most of its people have access to their vote, right? And I would just say, even in my time in life, I've been somewhat apathetic at times, regarding voting. But listen, everyone needs your vote right now. So no matter who you're voting for, vote. Register to vote. Everyone should advocate that people vote because you pay taxes, and how your tax dollars are spent is based on who votes and what those people who vote want. And when voters are dissatisfied with the government, what do they do to fix it? They vote for someone else to do something different. That's what they do. So get out there, register to vote, pick your territory right here. There you go. You can even choose your language if you want. Go down here, pick your state. Choose Arkansas, choose Alabama, choose California, and then from there you will figure out how to move forward and register, or you can find out how to edit your registration, your current registration. Maybe your address has changed. Make sure that your address is up to date. But I do understand the apathy. But listen, you don't have apathy about paying taxes, so spare me. You know what I mean? And if you don't vote, that means you potentially put your money in. You work and you pay taxes and you give your money to someone that's killing you and me. Stop that. Stop it. Be responsible. Take the responsibility that is there with being a citizen. Or you're just going to be taken advantage of. So right now, 90 million people didn't vote up to almost 90 million people didn't vote in the last presidential election. None of you can complain. None of you can complain about anything. That's actually more people than voted for Trump, by the way, or Kamala Harris independently. So just so you know, so you people don't complain at all that don't vote. Okay. Yeah. But if I was you, since you pay taxes, and since you don't get a lot you get less from your taxes than any other Western country on earth, my advice to you is to do what? Is to vote. So on that note, I'll be back 18 hours from now, y'all. Appreciate it. All right. Be good. See y'all later. Let's go on. See ya. Oh, what happened? There it is. Peace, y'all.
From our harshest past and better than our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. The cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. children?
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
All we need is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. a brand new thing. So gentle, the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little loving that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When am I walking? Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers been living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, ayo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrating, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Apollo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking yes, you lie. Know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families, genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist, giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this day. You know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of bias, educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, man. You know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a